Уважаемые участники конференции, проходите в главный зал. Мы начинаем нашу официальную часть. Присаживайтесь ближе к сцене или согласно своим местам. Уважаемые кураторы, сообщите, пожалуйста, нашим иностранным гостям, что приборы для перевода они могут взять возле входа. Имеется в виду наушники и другая аппаратура. участники
Dear participants of the conference, please everyone come to our main room. We start the official part in 2-3 minutes. Thank you. Distinguished curators, please make sure that all foreign guests have simultaneous translation devices and that these devices are working.
Сейчас я возьму. Ну что, друзья?
So, dear friends, a round of applause if you can hear me and see me now. Thank you very much. You know, during these years we have learned a lot, but we have not learned to start our conferences on time. And we still have something to learn. My name is Pavel Filippov, dear friends. I'm head of advertisement and PR, Solar Group companies. Today I will be hosting this conference, and I will invite different people to the stage, different people who are making input in project development, and each of them will tell their own part. Today we'll give the floor to Director General Sergey Semyonov, Aleksandr Sudarev, head of advertisement and PR, Sovelmash, engineer and entrepreneur Andrey Lobov, commercial director Solar Group Pavel Shadskiy, and national partners and other speakers who will share the most interesting and diverse information with you. But before we start, you know that within recent time we visited a big number of countries. We have arranged different kind of conferences, and we realized that any conference should start with kind of tradition. And this time we give the tribute to our Indian partners, and their tradition will be here at the stage. I would like to invite Birdi and Anand, our partners from India. Please come to the stage. So this is kind of presence in Hindi, presence, welcome in India. Now, our conference is definitely going to be successful, and before we start, let's see a small video which will tell something about our company and about our project. Oh, well, I just wanted to tell you, let's give a round of applause, and I'm happy that you have managed to do it yourselves. We really have something to be proud of. We have covered a long way, and now we are going to have a number of important strategic tasks which you keep on asking about, as well as finalizing project and launch of new projects. And today we are going to discuss it, and we will introduce people to you who will be able to competently respond to it. For instance, a corporate lawyer who will have the floor today and tell about a share holding. And today I would like to invite Director General of SOLARGROUP Group Company, Sergey Semyonov. Please welcome. So, for me, it's great honor once again to open a conference, even though a word conference is not very suitable for our meetings. These meetings were designed as meetings of friends, people who think alike, meetings. Initially, it was a small group of people who decide to do some small thing, like a meeting, but in expanded version, when we get synchronized, when we count each other, when we listen to each other, when we answer the questions. But as we are quite multiple now, we see that it has become such a space. I believe that we are too official now, and looks like we have become colder. Are there those who have been at our first meetings, at our first conferences? Do you remember? Then it was like warmer. It was like more connection. And today I believe that one of the tasks of our conference is to try to create an atmosphere which will be warmer and not to forget why we are here together. Still, there is main message, main part of what we're here for. As usual, we will tell you at which stage we are, even though people do not keep track of the projects. Not everyone is doing it all the time. We get on the same page. We will share which main pages were covered, something that you could fail to notice, and we will tell you the most important part of this conference. This is shareholding preparation. We will tell you what we were doing, at which stage it is now, and which actions you are going to have in the future regarding these issues. We will tell you about the new project, about the development of the current project. So now, in our room, we have representatives of dozens of countries. And we have interpretation in 15 languages, if I'm not mistaken. We have representation of all the continents, but for Australia and Antarctic. And it started back in a very different way. It started with a very simple idea. Most people sitting in this room are just ordinary people, not big businesses or large-scale investors. These are ordinary people, like most people on the planet. And the idea which grew into the projects that we are doing now was like to get together in order to make life of each other better, to become one single entity which would serve like a social lift for every participant of the system. We're talking about investment, derivative of the word which we could all hear. We knew movies about Steve Jobs, and everyone is dreaming to be investors, but investments were not accessible to a normal person who is earning $1,000 or $2,000 only. So the idea that brought us together is the idea about how an ordinary person can get into the market of investments, provide for prosperous life for many years, and not being worried that tomorrow there can be lack of food. And there is an interesting story. A person is part of life nature. It's one of the animals living on the planet, and we believe that this is the most developed animal which is dominating. Thus, this planet belongs to us. But once we try to think about it, other forms of animals like birds, fish, squirrels, rabbits, they never worry about what to eat, where to sleep, with whom to live. For all their life, they live in abundance. They definitely know for a squirrel to go for nuts, it's not going to work. It's a free shopping, actually. And they do not have a headache about this, even though they are not as smart as people. At the same time, a human being on the top of this chain is always anxious all the way from the birth and up to entering the institution, going to work. And this condition of life, and not in abundance, but from a permanent need, permanent worry, seems to be a systematic mistake. And it can be solved by investments, participation in some projects which permanently provide for profit. This is a task, how to find this project, how to get together. We are dealing with this, and we are on the right way. Once we're here together, we are growing together, and in all the countries this idea was in demand. We started searching for new projects. We did a lot, and Pasha is doing this project for all his life, and I take 80% of my labor life dealing with this project. We tried a lot. We had crowd investment platform where we financed around 30 projects, and we resulted in the fact that we should choose one project that would form industry which is not disturbing anyone, which is helping ecology, which improves the life and the planet, which can be profitable as well. And for this project we are here together. And we have reached some stage. We have reached the stage when we finalize construction and when we reach shareholding. And we will discuss this. And before we talk about shareholding, I would like to tell you about partnership that we are going to arrange. As this year I mainly stayed abroad. I visited many countries in Asia. And for me, the most important meeting was the meeting which was arranged by Viktor Aristov during our trip to China. Who kept track of our trip to China? Raise your hand, please. And I will tell you who saw after our trip to China. Viktor Aristov arranged a meeting of the second largest. Can you imagine China with millions of enterprises, and there is the second large automobile manufacturer. This is BAF state company. Once you didn't keep track of them, well, it's quite hard to translate these scales. We saw their production, their manufacturing, civil and defense machines, and for more than 20 years we visited one of the 4 production plants which was constructed 2 years ago. It produces from 100 to 400,000 vehicles per year. Who knows how many AvtoVAZ is producing? How many vehicles? So, well, they produce 400,000 automobile vehicles per year. You understand, this is the largest company, and they produce the same amount by one of the 4 companies of these company. After this meeting, we acquainted with the vice president of this enterprise. He met us and we established good relations, and a couple of weeks ago he visited Moscow. We arranged a sightseeing trip for him. We met Duyunov, and then we didn't tell what we agreed about, but we agreed about the following thing, that he will go back to China, will prepare a report to the owners of the company. They would choose a specific machines for us that they are producing at electric thrust. They would share it with us, and Viktor Aristov will be the one to change it for our technology. We give it back to them. We'll see what we get as a result, and based on this, they will take a decision on the way of cooperating with us. If we keep our fingers crossed, and if we establish partnership relations with one of the largest producers in China, we will never have to worry about the orders. And before visiting China, before visiting these manufacturing plants, I couldn't even imagine the scales. I couldn't even imagine how huge this potential is. And have a look at the videos. These are hundreds of thousands of square meters of production plants. And these are huge amounts. Our company will not be enough. Their canteen is as big as our whole workshop, and the vice president of this huge company, they have 600,000 square meters. We have like 20, and like you can imagine. So that is a very important contact, and regardless of the fact that there are quite a lot of such things, we cannot but notice it. So the main theme of this meeting today is shareholding. At the previous conference, we have said that we are starting preparing that, and after that, for several weeks, we were visiting registrating offices, and I was trying to get to understand how it happens. And actually, it happened to be not that much complicated, but when you are doing it for the first time, it's quite complicated. So, in order to eliminate this problem, we decided to invite a representative of one of the largest registry office in our company, shareholding, allocation, and so on and so forth. Now I would like to invite to the stage Konstantin. A round of applause. So the second mic, please. Konstantin will make a presentation on how we physically will have the process of conversion and shares allocation for those who are here, which are the options. And I will ask some questions, and also we have collected top questions from you which are interesting at shareholding process. I'm happy to welcome you at this event. I would like to express gratitude to organizers for having invited me. My name is Rozhkov. I'm a corporate lawyer of one of the large registry offices of the country, and now I would like to elaborate the issues of share and corporate law in the Russian Federation. This is quite a complicated topic in the Russian Federation, as it is not consolidated in general laws, and this is allocated in different regulatory acts according to the sphere of application. So we prepared a consultation. Plan of the consultation is provided at the slide above. We'll start with the reorganizing of the company in conversion. We will talk about the advantages of such conversion, and we will go to the permission reception and also dividends payment by shareholders, and we'll finish with the most interesting thing. This is the IPO status receiving by the company. Reorganization in the Russian Federation is arranged in several stages. And this is quite a long process which requires general cooperation of the company itself as well as the lawyers who are doing this procedure. The first stage is preparation of the charter. For the joint stock company, the main peculiarity of this charter is that this charter will have all the main rights and obligations of shareholders, including the right of shareholders to receive dividends. Moreover, it also specifies other bases which are presumed by the legislation of the Russian Federation. The second stage is application to Federal Tax Service. This stage is required for the Federal Tax Service to approve the charter and also would introduce a note into Unified Register of Legal Bodies that the company started reorganization procedure. This introduction of a note is required for the reorganization to be transparent for the state and for the counterparties of the company. Another stage is waiting for 2 months since the note is introduced into Unified State Register of Legal Bodies for the company to be able to pay to the creditors if they are present, or, as well as in our case, for us to have enough time to prepare documents to the Bank of Russia for emission of shares.
So actually, that is how we start stage 4. Emission of made by the banks of Russia. The term itself, emission, means issuance of shares by the bank, and also the bank attributes an identifier to them, official state registration number. All the shares in Russia are done in digital form, so you cannot get it on paper. And there is special registrar responsible responsible for keeping track of all the shares, and all the shares are processed by a registrator. The Bank of Russia plays a very important role in our today's situation because through this bank we will issue shares, and then they will either be handed over to nominal holders or investors. After that, we proceed to stage 5. This is like an option, not necessarily will be there. Well, you need to submit documents to the Bank of Russia. Of course, you can receive some objections or remarks from the bank, and they can be either about misinterpretation of the law or something else. Judging from my experience, we haven't had any comments that cannot be corrected. So after that, the Bank of Russia, within a period of 15 days, examine all the corrections that have been made, and then shares are emitted. As soon as the bank has given permission, stamped all the shares, attributed identification number, then we proceed to the final stage. We submit application to tax service in order to finalize reorganization. After that, the society is no longer a limited liability company, and it becomes joint stock company. So as for the company, it is managed during general shareholders meetings. It can be just an option, it could be an extraordinary meeting, but also it could be an annual meeting of shareholders. There they finalize financial results of the company and also distribute dividends. The number of votes during such meetings depends on the number of shares. As for dividends, they are distributed based on the percentage ratio. As for shares and the way they are handed over to investors, well, it actually can be done in two ways. The first option is then shares handed over to a particular person. In this case, this is Sergey Semyonov, who will manage those shares, but investors will receive the dividends. Is the investors who actually receive dividends depend on the percentage ratio. So it will depend on the amounts of investment that they have given for the capital. It's quite transparent because we have a register of shares, and all the solutions related to dividends, all the solutions will be taken during meetings of shareholders. And of course, we prepare minutes of each meeting, and every investor can actually can get access to that. And also it should be verified by a notary or person in charge, just to make sure that everything is done is in full compliance with all the requirements. Another option is when an investor becomes a nominal holder of shareholder, but at the same time he gets or she a particular number of responsibilities. So these people are supposed to participate in shareholders meeting if you have more than 1% of shares. And also here we talk about handover of documents, so that in the register we can reflect information, and there we just mention that we have a new shareholders. As for the dividends in the Russian Federation, well, they can be paid in two ways. Thanks God, we still have SWIFT transfers. We have a lot of commercial banks, and they can actually transfer money abroad. Another option is where you can actually do it through a person you trust. Not long ago, the Bank of Russia prepared a license for Quit Pay, this payment system. Several states have already joined the system from Europe, Africa, Asia, and so thanks to this payment system, you can also receive dividends outside the Russian Federation, so it can be done for foreign investors. Now we would like to get this next status, public status. So if society wants to get at that, then it means that the shares are put at stock exchange, so where it's actually plays the role of marketplace. As for shares, they are still emitted by the Bank of Russia because in Russia they have the Bank of Russia has a monopoly on that. So the acquisition of the status is also done through a number of stages. But if we should say that it takes more time and it takes a lot of work to do that. First, these public company should prepare the chart. Then you should prepare a contract with stock exchange where it provides information about different economic factors, capitalization, and also shares. After that, you proceed to stage 4 when Bank of Russia emits different shares and makes actually listing at stock exchange. So as for the stocks and the way we issue it, it means that they no longer depends on different factors. But it will be quoted at the market based on different economic factors. As for IPO itself and what should be done to do that, you can see it on the roadmap. And stock exchange, all these procedures related to that, it also should be accompanied by different auditing operations. So it should be audited on a regular basis because this is required by the Russian Federation, and the first audit should be performed within a period of 150 days. I also should say that, actually, this list of shares, and it's a very important document. It's very important for making it to stock exchange. There, we reflect information about the number of shares and how many shares every stakeholder will receive. Apart from that, you should also remember that Moscow Stock Exchange also sets particular census or requirements for shares traded at the stock exchange. It includes 10% out of the total number of shares. So, dear friends, that is basically it. So, Kostya, can I just ask you to stay here for a minute? Let's give a round of applause to him. So, just to summarize, and if I make a mistake, please let me know. Currently, we are at the stage where we finalize the construction process. After that, we will put it into operation, so commission it. So, right now, yes, we have a building, but this building should be put on a particular balance sheet, and then we will officially acquire permission for this building and for the lands, and after that it will be added to the balance of the company. Right now we have open joint stock company, but we need to transform it into stakeholders company, a shareholders company. There we have right now 6 shareholders. So it means that 6 current founders, they will receive their shares based on the percent or number of amount of investments they have actually put into operation. So others will receive less than 50%. Step number 2, we need to reorganize our into a public company. So where it means that there you will be able to work with your shares at stock exchange. It takes more time than other procedures. What kind of options that we have? We have the category called investors. We have investors abroad, so we have small and big investors. When the company gets this status, shareholders the company, it takes more time. So we need to make sure that we have 2 options. So other person can become a shareholder and receive shares, but you'd better use here closed subscription. We can get it when we make it to stock exchanges. Another option, if you don't want to become a shareholder, so there will also be some some certain aspects. We will tell you how much it will cost, what kind of actions you should take. Probably you just won't want to do that. Probably the sum that you have, you will find it insufficient and for different procedures, and you won't want to work with different documents, etc. Then you can hand it over to Solar Group, so it will be processed by Solar Group and will participate in different procedures. We will work with dividends in the same way through also your personal accounts, just the way it is done now. I think that, well, first, it's very important for people abroad, because when it comes to all these procedures, documents, etc., so physically it costs a lot to work with that. And also it would suit for people who have quite insignificant sums. Well, those who worked starting from hundreds, thousands of dollars, well, that's a little bit different. But if your assets or your funds are not sufficient, then probably you will find this option more appropriate for you. Now, dear friends, I would like to tell you that we are going to launch all of the processes. We prepared special questionnaires for you. You will have to fill them in. Let's give a round of applause to Kostya. Thank you very much. I will get the clicker to continue with my presentation. So accordingly, if you want to do that, okay. Konstantin has already mentioned it, and he said that probably it's going to be a first situation of this kind in Russia when we are going to have so many shareholders. So here is our questionnaire. There are some instructions. So in your personal accounts right now you have this information, and it will be given to you in the near future. So you will have to go through the same procedure just like during the registration or verification, but there will be some additional columns. So you either can hand over your shares to Solar Group of management or pay for your shares. And if there are some repetitive purchases, then you will have to go through the same procedure again. Again, this information is there in your account. Pasha, please remind me when we're going to launch that. We're going to do that in November, so it means in 1 month and a half. I think that we should definitely give it a round of applause, because it's really important. That's what we have been striving to achieve for a very long time, for these years. That is it. Okay, so dear colleagues, and now let's proceed to a new project. As for the new project, we have already said that yes, we were going to have it, and we expected some details from Dmitry Alexandrovich, but you know, sometimes you have to wait a lot to receive all that. So I'm not going to share too many details for that reason, but here where we are right now, since we're a special economic zone, and it has been the case for a long time, we have proven to be successful, and many objects within this zone, they are all about one enterprise. Dmitry Sanich and management team, they are quite in a good relations, and they're quite loyal, and they allowed us to implement one more project within their territory. So they suggested a number of land plots, and yesterday I talked to Dmitry Alexandrovich. He was not ready to provide me with the exact number, but we cannot announce it right now. But anyway, this flat plant is going to be 2 times as bigger. He also shared information about 3 motors, but I don't remember the names. So he selected 3 types of motors, most profitable ones, and well, as for production, manufacturing process, etc., we can organize on our own. And also Dmitry Alexandrovich, he will announce it very soon. He suggests that due to some problems with the partners from China, we should actually organize production within the already existing land plot, and then it will be taken to the territory of the new enterprise. It will be smaller, but still it will be there. As for today, I don't want to give you all the details. I'm not quite confident about. But well, anyway, Dmitry Sergeyevich said that right now we are preparing certain documents, and so they will be taken to Technopolis, and we will inform our investors about all the details. Well, I should say that well, it's going to be quite simple. So we will receive detailed information about deadlines, about numbers, etc. And correspondingly, investors, they will be either co-founders or they will Sovelmash will be receiving profits from every single item, and of course they will be receiving dividends from that. As for shareholders and everything related to that, well, we can give a round of applause to this piece of information. If you have any questions, so you can address them a little bit later. Sergey, thank you very much. Dear friends, I should say that this room in Technopolis, well, this is a real landmark, a special room. Do you remember what kind of news was announced when we organized a conference here for the first time ever? Yes, we entered a special economic zone. It was a real breakthrough for us. It was quite a pivotal moment, and when we overcome, there was no skepticism left. You remember that we were told we were going to have problems with finances, that our project would fail because we didn't have enough competences. But as soon as we have done it, well, that was a really important moment for us. I think that today's news, well, it's all it's a completely new level because we announced the official date when we started to send our applications to participate as shareholders. We also fully understand our obligation in the face of investors. We also understand that Sovelmash is supposed to hand over certain shares, etc. And today we want to show it to you that we know where we are moving. We fully understand what kind of developments we are expecting in the near future. And I think that it should form in your heads this kind of foundation where we see that we know what we are doing and we know what we want to achieve. And many people, well, last week visited our construction site, and you could see all that with your own eyes, without even any additional comments. Alexander Sudarev conducted a very good excursion for those who visited construction sites. You could also had a chance to see Dmitry Ivanovich Duyunov. You even took pictures with him, and I understand that you were really happy to do that. You probably didn't even want to visit the conference after that because you understood that you had received everything that you wanted. Well, anyway, this conference is really important. Now I would like to invite to the stage Aleksandr Sudarev, and he will tell you what work has been accomplished by Sovelmash over last year, and will tell you about future plans of the company. So I hope that you can hear me perfectly well. Good afternoon. Well, actually, it's particularly pleasant to be here today because you are really numerous. There are a lot of people, and each of you has a direct relationship with the project. And everything that was told by colleagues before me, everything we gonna discuss, it became feasible thanks to our common efforts. So let's applaud to each other. And now let's just remind ourselves how construction processes were organized and what actually happened the past period. Are you going to play the video? I got it. Okay, we will wait for the video to be played. So here we can see snow, also peat. We can also that there is actually no building or whatever. Actually, it was quite difficult stage in the project.
And because we had to attract investments, we told about our plans, we talked about prospects and opportunities, but we didn't have a kind of instruction that we could demonstrate. And regardless of that, having launched construction and having entered special economic zones, we get an opportunity to see at this screen how it quickly altered. Construction of these part was arranged quite quickly, and that was possible because the project of the building that we have constructed was developed by Solarmash specialists and ordered at a specific plant, a strong company. And all these constructions were prepared for quick construction using the most front-end and new technologies for the construction of objects of this class. And you know, actually, that was really necessary, and because due to the solutions that were implemented, now the objects should meet seventh class of cleanness of the rooms, which is required for working with microelectronics, and we're going to develop controllers as well, I would like to remind you, and also seventh class on vibro sustainability, and this is also important for the mounting of microelectronics and also high efficient operation of the machines for metal processing. Again, at the screen you can see that but for the case of the building itself, we had to arrange a lot of land works. And here, really, we see a big number of communications buried in the land. I will not lie if I tell you that the amount of pipes and all communications is related to the volumes of the building itself. And I think that you can somehow react whether we have a big site. I think not. Do you agree? Agree. So the site is really not big, 2.1 hectares, and most of the part is occupied by the building. And the depth of engineering networks is quite big. And to dig that simultaneously is not possible, so we have to dig it at one point, arrange the network, finalize it, and then start anew at the new place. And we had to implement that. And while performing the works, there are some norms of construction. We have to arrange all the fixing stuff and provide all the trenches finalization. And it was raining or winter or bad weather. And actually, at cool period of the year, it was helpful for us because the ground was more stable. And today, I can tell you that we have coped with most of the tasks, and you see how we finalized the floor sandwich of a big depth, of a big width, 3 meters, and every 30 centimeters we had the finalization, a layer of technical protective layer under the concrete, and now it makes it possible for us to work with the heavy industrial equipment. So let us say the work that has been done is colossal. Now construction site looks in a different manner. We have totally finalized building. Well, I would like to add something, dear colleagues. Who could see everything personally within this week? Please raise your hands so that the audience would have an understanding who saw it only on TV and who could see it physically, from our partners from all over the world who could see it personally. So quite a big number of you saw what's happening there. And do you see any changes from the previous year? Did you see it? Yes, great. And now let's move on further on. The video will continue itself. And now, construction site looks like this. We see, Oswald, we see that there is only some small space of bare ground, and there is active work to prepare the ground for asphalt. And there are our employees who are working with us and doing any kind of works with the ground. This site, now they are finalizing technical, and in the nearest future it will be covered by asphalt. So most of the communications are already finalized, and engineers have prepared special equipment to add the rain drainage to central system of Technopolis, and we only have to finalize the pipeline of cold water supply. That's all. External engineering works will be finalized. Now, at the same time, for all this work, we have titanic work inside the building itself, and you can see it at the shots. Now you will see the ceiling at some shots that we are finalizing the system of cold and hot water supply. Sprinkler system of fire extinguishing is installed in the main workhouse. Now we see a little bit obsolete shots, because in the most part of this room, the pile, it is already piled, and painting works are already completed, and even some rooms are already painted. The room of the chief engineer is ready, so that in the nearest future he will be able to get into that. It's a very important task. Once we talk about internal arrangement, we will get that whatever you see now, this is a draft, and minimal deviations will be there, of course, but we will have to reproduce approximately like this. Showroom will be different, I will tell you right now. It will be similar, but even better. What do you think? Is it a good construction? And we have managed to reach this stage. I believe it's really a good thing that we are on the right way. Now, it's very important to finalize these decoration works in the main room, to completely abandon the rented areas and shift our organization accounting to their working positions. At the same time, once we do no longer use the temporary areas, this will be a good indicator. The thing is that any organization, any legal body should have a postal address, and they should be registered. And now we are arranging a work on getting such a document as finalizing the object of construction. As soon as we receive this, we will be able to get all these postal addresses, and our company will be officially located in this building. And we'll start a new stage. And you know, I don't want to predict for the future, to fantasize, but our task this year is to completely move to this new building. Design and engineering building. And now let's talk about what kind of works on development we are going to have now, and there are three of those. So currently we have opened around 56 design works, and this figure is being changed, is being altered all the time. And what is this? This is no longer mathematical calculations. These are not tests, but design work and experimental design work presupposes that we work with the final device, we make it in iron, and we prepare it for the production sample to start commercializing and scaling. So today we would like to talk about all the items, all the devices, but unfortunately I cannot talk about everything, and I do not have enough time for everything. Let's talk about some separate things. So now I'm showing you general industrial motor of 100 dimension. It's made of classical iron. I think that visually you cannot differentiate it from what is existing at the market. Do you see that this is Slavenka or something of the kind? You cannot see this. But actually, this mortar promises to be very prospective. What is the a peculiarity? This is combined winding, which increases the efficiency. They work at the frequency of 50 Hertz, which provides some specific characteristics. At the increase of this frequency, characteristics of the motor will be considerably higher, and the RPM will start, and some other things will be growing. Currently, other companies, in order to increase this frequency, they need to shift from standard iron, which is not expensive and cheap, I should say, to special expensive plates, and usage of similar mortars in regular life of people's activity at plants is not longer feasible, as they are expensive, and this is used only in aviation or in space industry and for very narrow solutions. In our case, we can work at the increased frequency at a standard iron plate. And this is possible with the usage of technologies of combined winding. And currently today there is already a project which is being prepared for production, and it is done quite actively. We will talk about it later. This is the drive which was elaborated for the tool itself, is working with the frequency 600 Hertz. But what is so special? The drive was developed by us from zero, and this is a borrowed solution with standard case elements and with standard iron. Why so? In order to produce some new products, we need production facilities. Let us not forget that Design and Engineering Bureau is based on Croatian manufacturing. And is it going to produce motors? What do you think? But actually, the answer is yes and no, because for small batches, yes, and large-scale batches will not be able to produce. And Sergey has already explained to us, because our main workhouse is just like a continuous Chinese workhouse. And in order for us to produce the same number, we have to expand our areas. And we have different engines as to the margin. And this is specified, and we can provide in design and engineering the engines. We can produce beneficially, and we can produce them and switch them to other objects, to the production plants of the client. And now regarding the motor, we already understand that this is a standard engine which is shifted to combined windings with the increased frequency. This motor will work at the frequency which is possibly higher than the frequency of 600 Hertz. And now we have tests, and we work at this. And at that, the production line, in order to start the production of the motor, it is being upgraded. But the expenditures that will have to suffer are not considerable, can be ignored. And we can take ready-made production and upgrade the lines in order to produce this product. In order to completely redesign the motor supplying our equipment, we can increase profitability of the company, and we can show even better financial results, and we can show characteristics which exceed these solutions. And we are busy with the fact that we are creating profitable business, and the business introduced some corrections, and far and away not all the clients and all the companies are ready to invest a big number of money and wait for them to provide financial results. We have to start with something, we have to try. And to try in this case is shown in a very interesting way. It requires minimum effort, seemingly minimum risks, minimum expenses, but provides an incredible result. And so Sovelmash works at different options of cooperating with clients, and that increases our mobility. That is why we took a decision to arrange construction of a design bureau, which is going to work with a portfolio of different machines. And now we see the grinding machine with a diameter of 200 or 300 millimeters, and you can see at the picture the elements of drive. This is motor, and the angle grinder is arranged in industrial case. The case is produced in industrial way from plastic as according to technologies which are used by other manufacturers. This is not an experimental sample. This is an industrial version. And today we have already received a batch of these cases from China. We have ordered the form there to provide this casting. We are waiting for this case, for this form in Russia. We have our own machines, thermoblast automates, which will do the casting of this device at our territory. And there were the things of this design. The design of case will be different, but these are trifle things. And the characteristics of this case made it possible to arrange full-fledged tests, and we not only confirmed our calculated data, we even exceeded them. That is why the drive is going to start its achievements, at least in the laboratories which certify products. And the first tool will be the angle grinder. Add to that, there are different options for possible progress. This item can be given to production territory in China at hyper plant, produce quite big batches, or to give it to any other country which is ready to accept us and to start working with us at mutually beneficial conditions, or we can create production at the territory of the Russian Federation. Naturally, we understand that it's not possible to cover all types and kinds of motors, even for large companies which are monopolists, which are quite sustainable at the market now. So it's kind of allegory. You cannot put all the eggs in the same basket. You have to diversify our activity. And angle grinder will be launched in Russia. And after this product is at the market, I hope that it will be quite a certain entrance with all the representatives who are interested. Representatives of foreign states who will sit at the same table for negotiations and will get to know who is going to deal with this thing in their country. But for angle grinders, we also work with one of very prospective direction. Don't look there, it's incorrect. This is a motor and wheel. You wanted to have motor wheel, and it's here. Does it look like? Can you recognize it? Raise your hand who can recognize that this is motor wheel. Fyodor Ivan, great. Pavel from Belarus, almost. Well, actually, our project was launched in internet with a motor wheel for bicycle, which was developed not on for bike, and it's too powerful for using at the bicycle. And in our case, a bicycle was kind of demonstration and stand for elaboration of characteristics and drive modes and so on and so forth. Motor wheel initially was created as the technology of production, one-piece production. These were expensive solutions. This was absent technological change, absence of special equipment. And naturally, to produce such a product was not possible in the way it was presented. Yes, we provided demonstration. We proved that it is possible. So let's remember Solarmash and the company which created the first asynchronous motor wheel.
And yes, that was a really storm of ovations. But let's make it even stormy, because Sovelmash really created a motor wheel. Yes, exactly. So we created the future, a new direction, and we created a whole new technology and opportunity to manufacture different items. Right now, you can see here a winch without any gear. And it is based on the same technology that is used in the motor wheel, but not in that motor wheel, but a new one. So here we can see it's all about copper. You know that copper is very expensive, but we decided to use aluminium instead, and without any damage to the quality. Very often we say that the rotors they can be used based on copper, and it's going to be really expensive. We'll sell it. No, it's a wrong approach. We need to create a competitive product that will have a right price, very good properties, and also a company. Well, it will be beneficial for the company to get this kind of product, so that we, for example, don't just walk up the stairs or use all the benefits of civilization, where you can use as little electricity as possible, so that our children, our grandchildren in future also will be able to benefit from these products in the future. So this technology has been proven to be a success, and here we can see that rotors, they were cast low pressure, and yes, this technology right now is used. It is used for big and small rotors, motors, and just imagine we have a big cup, for example. There you put hot aluminium, and you just cast it in a special form. When there is a contact between aluminium and a surface, so you put this aluminium in. You need to create particular conditions so that aluminium fills in all the small corners of parts of this form. And when it touches the surface, temperature goes down, and all the additives, etc. So they change a little bit, and well, there can be certain pores, and it affects electromagnetic properties. We talk about electric motors. Another system where you use high pressure. Well, actually it works, and very often this technology is used. And as for the structure, yes, we have also there certain caverns and pores, but if you get a cross section, you will see it. But still, it's a little bit different. And in order to be able to substitute copper by aluminium, we need to create an even a higher quality of casting. So we used a classic German machine, and it is used for casting of jewelry. There they use different temperatures and pressure, and it's really interesting. And where aluminium is melted, or actually any metal is melted, so there we have a particular tank for only 2 liters. And if we talk about industrial production and about our volumes, it's not real. So you perform one casting, then you wait for 5 hours to cool it down, and etc. Do you understand? So that you should have a lot of machines in this case. So this technology has been tested, and we decided to create our own casting machine. Right now, it's the final stage of manufacturing. So and there we use a volume of 60 liters, and we use special forms for that. When you do it, then you take a new form, etc. And also a lot of depends on the different parameters, including type of metal. So this approach is really needed when you create a technology, and that is why you cannot just take a ready-made building with utilities, engineering systems. You have to have access to equipment. You have to have all the necessary calculations, indicators. We also need to think about computer modeling based on, for example, SysMax complex. There we have special trained people, including Evgeny Duyunov. He participates on the design of every single motor, and they calculate the results that we actually expect. Then it is done when we use metal, and we create our own equipment. We create our own production line, and we manufacture a particular number of items. Then we test it, analyze all the samples just to make sure that there are no faulty parts, etc. If there are some problems, we eliminate them, and then proceed to production. Here we have traction motors, and I think that we're going to have a separate speech about this type of engine, traction engine motors. Mr. Aristov also has some information to share that we have also some production capacity to manufacture them within the territory of China. And for quite a long time, they used to say that you don't have a product, you don't do anything at all. Andrey, he manufactures very beautiful products, for example, motors for boats. Viktor Aristov also, he's doing a lot right now. He even working with serial production of motors for different types of transport. But still, they say, for example, that Slavyanka does not exist, technology doesn't work, but still you can go to a store and buy it. Okay, a few words about controllers. This is a very important subject. Something that is done by Mr. Lobov and Aristov, motor Slavyanka, but controllers, they are not manufactured by Sovelmash, and so we will have to design our own controllers with their own parameters and also software, etc. So just add some additional elements, encoders or whatever. Very complicated words, but it has to be done. And the good thing about that is that, well, we actually have already done that. And not only one. Right now on this slide, we have an encoder for traction engines. Unfortunately, when our company was preparing the presentation, I didn't ask them to prepare a picture on a particular scale. For example, there is such a company. Oh my God, I forgot the name. Controllers. Which company is that? Who knows that? Are you sure? Anything else? Kelly also, they manufacture controllers. There are quite a few of them. For example, Curtis, German controllers, very good quality, everything is perfect. But just compare the size of our controller and their controller, and just compare the appearance or how installation should be performed with Curtis and with our controller. So you have seen we have pretty much a competitive capacity, but at the same time, the size of our controller is smaller. You think that. We all know company called Tesla. They have their own motor, controller, drive. They have a closed system management for the controllers. They also have a lot of other things. And here, the situation is as follows. Our task. When we manufacture drives, we need to commercialize them as much as possible. That is quite logical. So if we develop a closed program with our own mathematics, then we get an opportunity to get a wide range of different parameters, and it will be extremely adaptable for our systems. We will also get an opportunity to remotely manage the whole system. We will be able to have such an opportunity for sure. Why did I mention that? Because this is all feasible, but this is secret information. Let's keep it a secret. Now, I should say that this controller has already been designed. People are now just working on different settings, and we need to make sure that it can actually be used with different types of motors. So we even have a controller that should be put into serial production very soon, and it will be used in manual electric tools. We start with Engo grinder, and then we will take the same drive system, motor controller, and we'll use it with other products as well. So right now we are going to talk a little bit about equipment. We have already talked about production. We talked about the necessity to have our own equipment, etc. But here we haven't demonstrated another motor, which is about to be finalized in the near future. So I would say that, it doesn't mean that we don't have enough information about that, but I just want to say that not long ago we manufactured an asynchronous linear motor. So what does it look like? Try to imagine that. We have a line there at strip, one more, and a motor moves like this. It is a unique opportunity to create, well, again, I forgot one more word. I'm just a little bit perplexed. Those tables, for example, we have laser equipment, and there we have a table that should move in different directions. And I forgot this word. Probably you can help me. Yes, thank you very much. Coordinate. Yes, coordinate table. So it turns out that this motor, this is not a new era in motor design, but still, here we have, for example, a simple situation. We have a laser motor. There we have actually two motors and laser equipment. For example, they went out of order, and people suggested that we should substitute them by new ones. The price of one motor is approximately 1.5 million rubles. That's how we actually created a linear motor. That is why I would like to say that right now we have a particular portfolio of motors, drives, and they are in a big demand in the world. We can see new trends, we can see sanction policy, we can feel it just like anybody else. And now we understand what we need and when we should give it to the market. Yes, right now we have some complicated moments because we really want it to be on the market now. But despite the fact that we only finalizing construction works, we are still developing some new products and items. And one of these important elements is the development of technological equipment. What can you see right now on the screen? Some engines, some motors, they have a frequency-based management system. And when in the car or on a motorcycle, we press trigger or accelerator, etc. We want to get this kind of acceleration, and in order to get it, we have to understand what happens to the motor and how we can actually make it rotate and how many turns it should actually make. And that is why we use frequency controllers, but it can communicate with the motor directly. That is why on the motor we install special encoders, special sensors. And these elements, as a rule, they are not presented in just general, ordinary motors, but they're supposed to be in the traction engines and motors, and you can now get them in China. But when we're exposed to such a task, the price of, for example, if we talk about bearings used in encoders, the price of them is compatible with the price of motors, if we talk about the particular size of motors. If we talk about manufacturing of new motors, then if you want to order a unique size of the sensor or a particular, I don't know, anything else, if you want to have it installed, we find ourselves in the following situation. So we agreed upon certain conditions with our partners. We wanted to manufacture it there. Now we decided to manufacture it here. So this is a particular item that is used for magneting special plates, and it will give us information about motor frequency. Still, this system, this approach had to be tested. A lot of companies now working on that, and nowadays we understand how it works, and we are ready to install this equipment as part of our production lines. At the same time, those who this time visited our construction site had a unique opportunity to see the difference between standard machines, the production lines, and those manufactured by Sovelmash right now. What do you think about the size? I mean, just make some noise. Give me a sign what you think about it. The louder, the bigger the difference is. So if we take our production machine, when it weighs like 600 kilograms, but something that is done by representatives of Sovelmash, it is done on a small table, and usually the weight in this case is 150 kilograms or even less. It is used for different motors, I mean, when you work with them, and also use for manufacturing of electric tools and also angle grinders. Also, we have right now a special machine for the plates of rotor and starter, and they will be a part of winches as motor wheels for light vehicles, for heavy vehicles, and machinery. Unfortunately, cannot provide you with the pictures of these items because even when you visit construction sites, we ask you to turn off your cameras and not to make any pictures because this is a so-called commercial secret, so this information cannot be shared now with anyone. Here is the video. Production line. So this is standard line. It has been upgraded. It is used for ordinary industrial motors. So we can see right now here, we also took some pictures of these motors, so we are now working on them. It will be a small series, serial production. Don't forget that in order to put any products on the market, we need to also work with certificates. Conveyor belt. So this piece of equipment was meant to start working in June, but it went out of order and controller was damaged. That is why we waited for a new one. We received it, and now we proceeded to start up an adjustment works. This is a motor for manual tools. So here, this throughput capacity, 12,000 motors per month. Well, you understand that you have to have a big area at the production site where we actually manufacture motors if you really want to achieve these figures. And now even more important room. Everything we manufacture should be verified, tested, and also it should be accompanied by a set of documents. Here you can see some new area that Sovelmash has acquired. We can see also electric floor, anti-stress machine, and by the way, you can see quite a big number of robots. You should keep your space clean. Here we can see also some stands. And when we moved to this new premises, it opened new horizon for us because as for old premises, it was very difficult to get all the necessary certificates. And now we can do it because we managed to segregate test rooms into different blocks. We have people working there.
To expand our capacities and also add more machines to our routine, so to speak. Here is the motor, General Industrial Dimension 100. It's not in our company colors, but this will be the next step. Test benches, Yokogawa, Mactron, and according to the manufacturers of this equipment, our laboratory is the most precise in the Russian Federation. We have one competitor, that is KAMAZ. They also have precise equipment, but they're for internal combustion engines, and we are producing electric motors, so we do not have competitors. It was so good with the music, wasn't it? See. Any activity should have some specific result which is translated through something. And activity of a laboratory is confirmed by patents. Our task is not only to make a patent and to fix an invention of some item. Our task is to bring the product to the market. And it's not that we patent our developments, but we patent the elements of our activity, our technologies, which are required for further commercialization. And here, it's far and away not always that we should immediately patent whatever we have done. Why do we need patents? Let us put it like this. Now we launch production of some item, and then there is such person as patent troll watching our patents, making some machinations and blocking the production of our items. And patent is required not only to protect ourselves from being copied, but for us not to have our manufacture limited. And there are quite a lot of cases like this in world practice. Our service understands what we do, what for we do it, and how to operate with this. And in order to prove this, I can provide an example. Representatives of Solarmash teams were and are representative of ISPP team. This is the company which, together with the Solar Group, established and founded Solarmash, and there was Garinich machine, and namely there we were almost blocked the production. And if you controlled in the name of our product, we had only Garinich, and then Garinich with the monk. And because there were such wars when we were going to courts and we communicated with different people, the patent service was working. And as a result, the truth won, and all the patents of the company who tried to took our work, and we continued working in our direction. So let's give a round of applause to our team. So at ISPP and Sovelmash company have more than 40 patents altogether, and the part of the patents which is required to work with combined windings was already given from ISPP to Sovelmash company, and that is intellectual property of Sovelmash. Part of the patents were already received by the company Sovelmash itself during our activity, and this process never stops. It keeps on going on permanently. While we were working at development of technologies at motor wheels, we also patented the system of friction for motor wheel for the element of suspension for the future machines, automobiles, some light machinery, heavy machinery, specialized machinery, and so on and so forth. And now we move on about a very important issue. So, design and engineering, introduction into operation. We need to get documents on finalizing of construction, and it's not a secret. So this is finalizing of construction objects. So this document is special because once we continue reading what's written there, we should prepare around 46 packages of documents for this one document. And after the results of this work in these documents, there should be description of the whole construction process, all the acts on the hidden works, engineering networks being launched, the fencing, and so on and so forth. There are no leakages, all the systems of fuel, water, heat supply are hermetically sealed, so meaning that construction is completely finalized. And after we do this, we have to go through commission on operation. And here we should prepare work with production lines, we should prepare all the working positions, install computers, chairs, appoint those who are responsible for fire safety in each of the rooms, and we will be responsible for everything. So for today, Sovelmash doesn't have enough people for this. So in the nearest future, we will expand the number of positions in our employees and start working with our engineering communications. And the next stage, when we receive this permission, we will launch our operation. And here we have confusing, because bringing into operation, this is beginning of works, beginning of commercial activity. For that purpose, we will have to have all the required specialists, all the required equipment, and we also work at this issue. And as it has been already mentioned, we have minimum and maximum program, and in minimum program we are approaching, and maximum program, well, this is expansion of production facilities. This is for program maximum. And naturally, in order for us to continue the next stages, we have to assess our assets. As we have already said, shareholding is a very important stage, and we have to approach is having reorganized our society from limited liability company to public joint stock company. We have material and non-material assets. We have liabilities for special economic zones. We have business plans. We have requirements that we have to comply with in order to get the benefits and exemptions we are for, and every resident should comply with some specific requirements. When we are in operation, having finalized the commission, we should purchase the land under construction object. Now it is in rent with a 2 interest rate of payment, and once we finalize that the project is done, we purchase the land with 1% of its cadastre cost. And generally, there was even information which requires confirmation. Seemingly, somebody told me that possibly you can purchase the land by 1 ruble as for innovative company. Possibly you also heard this speech. So material assets. Land is a material asset. And after we purchase it, we have to assess its market value and put it on the balance of the company. We have to put to the balance the object of construction itself. Now it's not completed and its cost is very different from what we are going to have after it's ready. We have to assess equipment, non-material assets. The situation is very complicated. The situation which is covered by the secret part, and we will be successful with this. What do I mean? There are documents, working documents for our items. There are patents and there are developments and there are different things. Actually, the same service is dealing with this, but these are different directions. So, according to some criteria, the assessment of them will be performed. Who is going to do this assessment, how it is going to be arranged, and what will be the primary assessment? So let's be realistic. Now, once we talk about the fact that we have a company which is not well known, which has not entered the market, the assessment of its assets normally is nearing minimum. Our company is at a different stage. We have interests from business, but we do not have this stage when we are confident in the market. We are just preparing for that. So I think that the primary assessment will show one figures or indicators, and after the beginning of our activities, that will alter. And shareholding, it has already been described by Sergey Semyonov, our colleague. I think that I am not going to talk about it in detail, but once again, we should understand that at first we have a shareholding among the investors, I beg your pardon, among the founders who are in Sovelmash Limited Liability Company, and then a reallocation of shares for bonds. After all the events that we have described today will take place. This is a complicated process, but we will cope with this with our joint efforts. This slide, which makes me feel nervous. Launch of commercial activity. Can you imagine how much work is to be done before we come to this point? Because whatever we have mentioned before should be brought together, and marketing should be elaborated, business connections should be elaborated, agents, counter-agents, dealer network, what to start with. I think that the SPP company, they have made agreements with licensed winders, taught them to work, and more than 100 representatives exist today. They work with their client base. They wind in industrial scales, more or less motors at factories, at plants, at timber plants, drilling rigs with classic engines and motors with combined windings. And you won't believe there are good responses, and people addressed to these winders, and beginning of dealer networks was even before the phase of people's investment into the project. And currently, if we supply some motors to our licensed winders, they have the supply base, the audience who already tried this technology, who liked this, and they felt real financial result at their capitals. Naturally, we are not limited by this, and we will form new dealer centers and so on and so forth. And let's not forget about such structure as Solarmash trading. And now we are preparing then, and all the commercial operations will be through special teams which are going to work with as our dealers. At that, I think many people think about why licensed winders, because a dealer shouldn't perform warranty and maintenance, warranty service and maintenance. They should know motors and know how to work with them. So thus we have created initial base, and then further on we will be able to develop this. Also, regarding commercialization, we will be able to tell you the following thing. At our agenda, we have angle grinders, 100 dimension motors, and also lifting hoists. Where are we going to produce those? It's not clear. But generally, Sovelmash, it is mostly for design and engineering, and on the sides, transportation, these are plants. And as they are orange, they will also be Sovelmash. Well, at least from the same story. Do you know the name Spetselmash? Yes. Great. Well, actually, it's very pleasant because we have not advertised this information. We made a research with the question to part of Russian-speaking audience of investors and partners. Would it be interesting to establish production on the basis of technologies of combined winding? And the information, well, it proved that yes, it is interesting. And now we talk it for the whole audience. All of you can hear that. And further on, the project will be scaled and will be developed. Initially, we took a decision on establishment of engineering and design. What is engineering and design? Innovative center, engineering center. This is the location where there will be development and production of machines, and then they will move to the capacities for production. These can be clients, their territory, that can be own plants and whatever is suitable out of the points I have mentioned. And here there is a very important thing. Why initially, when we were told that production, there should not be production, there should be development. Yes, we need development. No, the thing is that once we have a center dealing with the development, which can cooperate with the different portfolios of our products, we have sustainable position at the market, and now we start making it stronger. And here, establishment of local productions is as logic as it can be, and we should consider that we are now in special economic zone, Technopolis, Moscow, Pechatniki platform, Pechatniki site, and we are here having gathered together from different countries, from the whole world, united by the same business. Regardless of a difference in mentality of some routine interests, we are interested in one goal: to get a commercial product which will make it possible for us to perform main goals of the project. And it's not just like that. The fact that I tell Spetselmash, this is a special economical zone plant, Labushevo territory, and we'll provide information about it later once we have a commercial business plan prepared. We have to prepare a feasibility report to calculate the items, the production items and areas. That will be later. But here, scaling of this project is possible at the territory of your countries, which is included into the main agenda of the project. So let's put it like this. We move on to the production establishment. I think that deserves a round of applause. And here was the poll, by the way, about the interest of Spetselmash, which was arranged successfully. And at the slide you will see what's next. Here we do not have enough words as we are communicating for a long time, and I think you are quite tired of me, and we understand that we are going to be successful in case we are actively working together, comply with the tasks we have, and representatives of Sovelmash and Solar Group will perform their liabilities, and we don't doubt there is the cause-effect relations, which proves that everyone is interested in successful implementation of the project. We see the pyramid at construction site, which grew from metal, plastic pipes, and so on. So thank you for your attention. So Pavel Filippov is here, and I would like to add something. Thank you, Action. You know about this. This action provided such results. Investors and investments, and the videos that you saw working with engineering networks is almost finalized with this action, with your participation in this action, with your investments. And now we do not have that much work with external engineering networks, and we'll work with internal engineering networks. So I think Pavel will talk about it in detail. Have a good day. Alexander, thank you so much for detailed information on how the project was being developed. I think if you had any questions related to what Sovelmash company was doing for the last year, I think that you have no more questions after this speech. So Alexander has already mentioned, thank you, action. That is the action which took place for the last 2 months. And at this screen, you can see the results of these actions, number of people who participated in this, and the volume of investments which were received with these thank you action. I would like to say thank you to everyone who participated in this action. Alexander provided exhaustive information which resulted in increased investments in this project.
So this connection between Solar Group and Sovelmash, when they together conducted some joint events, well, it just points out to the fact that everything becomes clear when we have clear common goals. But of course, we couldn't be just a Solar Group if we haven't prolonged this campaign at least till the 1st of October. So, just answering your question, why? So I can explain by the fact that this campaign was really successful, and people approached us, partners from India, from Vietnam. They told us that we should really make this campaign longer, prolong it. So when we have a winner situation, when both sides are winners, then of course we are meant to do that. So this will be prolonged till the 1st of October, and so this time around, well, for sure it will not be prolonged anymore more than that, 1st of October, because this is we have done it already 2 times, and of course you should benefit from it. And a question that people actually asked us, well, partners and investors, they asked us when are we going to change the investment stage, because it's a special sign pointing out to us making something, doing something. So we're very close to finalizing stage 18. Now that we decided to prolong the campaign, we know that we will be able to attract as much investment as we need, and we will need some more time in order to accomplish construction works scheduled for stage 18. And now, during this conference, for the first time ever, I would like to officially announce that in autumn this year, we will proceed to the next investment stage in 1.5 months or 2 months. You know, friends, Aleksandr Sudarev told us today about dealers. Yes, they will be formed, and probably it occurred to you that you probably also will be able to become a dealer. What Sergey Semyonov mentioned today, I won't just repeat once again. We are a group of people united by one common goal, and if you have this strength, and if you really want these technologies to be developed, and you want to participate as an entrepreneur, as a developer, earning money on Solarmash, then you have all it takes to do that. Andrey Lobov is a very good example to that. Some time ago, he joined our conference just like you, and he was sitting in our that conference room, and back then he already worked with electric vehicles. And then he thought, why I don't actually work with this Slavyanka technology? And he started to use Slavyanka, and I want to say that he achieved a lot in this domain. He will share some more details with you today. You can do the same thing. You can work both with Andrey Lobov and you can work on your own. I just meant to say that this technology is already here. And of course, we are all interested in attracting more and more people and inviting more and more people to use it. Andrey Lobov is an entrepreneur, is an engineer, and he is doing a lot with the Slavenka technology. We have a special showroom, and there he presented technical. He prepared something. He has something to show it to you. Also with combined winding. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear friends. I'm really happy to see you. So, I would like to introduce myself once again. My name is Andrey Lobov. I'm a technical director of the Resurs cooperation, something that you can see right now on the screen. Well, we have already displayed it many times, and that is why I would like to proceed to the projects that have been accomplished over this year. After last conference in Moscow, we proceeded to work right after that. Well, that was a very captivating moment in our life. And we visited Peru, we visited Ecuador, Indonesia, Vietnam, by the way. This is a beautiful country, I should say. And we also visit Côte d'Ivoire, India. And, well, guys, I should say that there we have incredible people. They are very so happy to work with our technology there. And they helped us a lot, and they are working hard right now to promote our technology. And so not long ago, we visited China there. Well, Aristov, well, 6 years, he had been preparing the technology based on Slavianka technology. He had been promoted it for a very long time, also within the Chinese market, and very successfully. I saw it with my own eyes that people there respect Viktor Aristov, also at the governmental level, and we were invited by the government. We were invited to visit plants where they manufacture amphibious vehicles. They produce very interesting motors, hybrid motors. So they're keeping a very close eye on our technology. China is really interested in it. So on one hand, we're happy about that. So on the other hand, we're a bit concerned about that. Well, anyway, let's start with India. So there we developed a special set. So it was installed on the badge maximum, something that you can see in our pavilion. Good news is that it really worked fine there. So we traveled there in this vehicle in Delhi, which was quite a little bit weird, and well, it took me some time to get used to it. Then we also launched Yellow Tuk-Tuk. Our partners in India helped us to design it. I would like to thank Birdi for that. As for electronics, it was connected. I really liked those things. I mean, the way it was organized, there was an optimum combination of all the technical parameters. So you could move without switching between different suite modes. Well, this kind of vehicles are in great demand in India. Another tuk-tuk. This is well, Indonesia. So you see, when we visited Indonesia, it was the Java Island. So there was a conference. We displayed our sets and also our motor, and we decided to leave it there. Mr. Ulin in Indonesia, unfortunately, he didn't manage to come over for this conference. Very interesting person, a businessman. He has his own workshop at the Kalimantan Islands, actually the northern part of this island. This is quite an exotic place, incredible place. There they have 1,500 types of birds and monkeys with very, very weird noses. Very beautiful nature, and it's really polluted by a few engines. Seaside, and see, I saw those oil spillage, and so what's did he do? So he decided to pick a 3-cycle used in India, having cargo, a vehicle that can travel along narrow streets to the seaside. And as for the delivery, I mean, of everything to the islands, it is done by sea. And in order to deliver it along the narrow streets, you need this kind of machinery, this type of vehicles. So I came there for a week, and within this period of time, we assembled everything. We gave it a try. They have such incredible people in Indonesia, very calm, relaxed people, but so they are very helpful. They are ready to do everything it takes to promote technology, because I mean, they really wanted to save their nature. The next one, 3-cycle Piaggio I-50. So I should say that for over 50 years it has been manufactured by Italian factory Piaggio, 50 cubic meters. This is information about engine, and it needs to be substituted by an electric motor. Ivan, for a year, he has been asking to prepare and to design special tool kits for that. And he knows a lot of companies trading this type of equipment there. It is popular in Italy, in Germany. Yes, of course, it's great demand in Italy. It's used for food trucks, for different cafes, etc. And in touristy places, it's very difficult to use fuel engines. So that is why you need electric sets, and China is also moving in this direction, but we are already a little bit ahead of them. We developed our own one, and I think very soon it will be tested in Italy and in Germany, thanks to Ivan. So what's next? So guys, a very interesting event this year. Again, our green Cheburashka. So this incredible tuk-tuk. Why actually mentioning it right now? Because I want to present it to you in a new way. We prepared it's for the so-called solar race in Kazakhstan. There you could participate in a race only using solar energy. Well, and only 2 participants could comply with these requirements. The one who actually was ranked #1, and we also were there amongst these 2 competitors. So here are our heroes. Chief Engineer of the Resurs Production Cooperation, Oleg Kovalyov. And yes, investor, pilot, Vladimir Popov. Yes, so dear friends, Vladimir, tell us, how did you do that? What was it like? I mean, this race. Okay, here is a number of questions for you. You see, Birdi, well, as for Birdi, we will talk about him a little bit later. Here is a special blogger called Matvey Blogger. He is working a lot with three-cycle motors. When I asked him whether or not he is ready to participate in such race, and he said that three-cycle more than 40 kilometers per day, this is utopia. That is really complicated. So that's what he said. He said that it's very painful and it's very complicated. Here is my question, Vladimir. What was the most complicated the most complicated thing about the race? Tell me, please. Yes, it's true that it's very difficult to participate in such a race using a three-cycle. You cannot have a big high speed there, and also management system. This is a special thing. You have back pain. There are no comfortable chair, etc. So at the same time, it was really interesting for me to participate at such a rate in such extreme conditions. How many kilometers did you travel? So it was 2,800 kilometers. So guys, 2,800 kilometers, 24 days. The most interesting thing, yes, about this 24 days moon landscape. So these guys, they were really courageous and they did it. So tell me, please, what did you like about this? I liked the nature of Kazakhstan, people in Kazakhstan. I liked this cooperation with such specialists as Oleg, his nephew Dmitry. He is a great welder and an expert. We made a lot of good friends. So 24 days in very harsh, adverse conditions. But I should say that emotionally, I really enjoyed it. Well, that is great. You liked this race. But what do you think, Mr. Birdi? He wants to do something similar, organize something similar in India, but using tuk-tuk, solar tuk-tuk. Would you agree to participate in such a thing once again? Yes, of course, I would participate. Birdie, so you have a pilot, but this pilot is really expensive because he is really experienced. And now, the most complicated question goes for Oleg. Oleg, haters wrote, just some people, they wrote the messages to us. Some people liked us, some people didn't like us, saying that our motors are really bad. So you were behind the column and you were trying to catch up with them. But we as audience, we believe in our motor. We know that, this is a great motor. So why did it happen? Maybe it's not that good. Probably we should have chosen Chinese motor. No, it would not withstand such conditions and this race. Well, this kind of race is a real adventure. So you understand that this kind of vehicle that weighs more than 500 kilometers, that is really good result. But the motor itself weighs only 10 kilograms. But you see that a lot of other motors they were overheated, etc. But as for our motor, what was the temperature? No more than 70. So 70 degrees when actually the ambient temperature was 40 degrees. So it was a traction motor. It went upwards and downwards, and there was quite an issue with the braking system. There was a problem with the battery. But as for the motor, this is was a great thing. It's demonstrated very good results, even though that you had problems with the brake system, with some other things, also problems with the gearbox, etc. and the fact that on your way you had to reassemble a lot of parts, and it took you almost 2 weeks to finalize all repairing works. Still, you after that traveled up to 200 kilometers per day in this tuk-tuk using only solar energy. And Volodya said he tried to choose optimum speed. What was the average speed? Average speed was 20 kilometers per hour. So it can travel up to 20 kilometers per hour using only solar energy. If you want to participate in a similar race, you can approach our guys, and of course they will provide you with all the details because they are really gurus in this. Okay, let's give them a round of applause. Let's applaud to them. You are real heroes. Honestly speaking, I would never dare to do anything like that. So Volodya is cleaning solar panels. So I asked him, why are you doing that? Everybody is laughing at it. No, actually, he said that these solar panels accumulate a lot of dust, and sun rays cannot actually penetrate solar panels through this dust. Okay, and now a few words about solar boats. Here we go again, India. We delivered there our solar motor and solar boats. This projects. We were inspired by this idea in Indonesia, and we started with the sacred river gang. So we were taken to Rishikesh, which is a saint city in India. There they organize different festivals, but also people from all around the world, they come over to this place in order to pray. And in this particular place, right from the mountains, we have different flows flowing into Ganga, and then we have the clear parts of the river. You can actually drink water there. There is a very strong current, and our motor can work against this current. You can see it in the video.
It works wonderfully against the current, and it really made me feel very happy at that period of time. And regardless of the fact that in India it's very complicated, well, for me personally, there is special mentality, and the atmosphere is very interesting but very unusual. I got a little bit tired of impressions, and here I got relaxed. I felt so good that I just said, well, that is really a sacred city, a sacred place. And with that, the solar boats originated from there, and I believe that will be a very, very successful project in all the countries. So then Ecuador. Ecuador is the 2nd of June. Why I remembered that? At the picture, Senora Marta, thank you so much, Senora Marta. She has performed a great job. She has found a big boat. So once we put our small motor, the motor was just behind that boat, and we didn't have time to reduce the connection, and regardless of the fact that we had this behind the boat, it was still moving. The motor was not overheated. And the place, guys, this is an absolutely unique place. Next to this, we had a sleeping volcano. I don't know where this lake was found there, with most beautiful landscapes. 2nd June on Ecuador, 3rd of June Moscow, and in the evening I was congratulated on my birthday. I had my birthday with this, and next day at the conference, a huge number of people congratulated me, and hugged me. I never saw such warm welcome anywhere else. It was so pleasant. So from this stage, from Moscow, I would like to say, guys from Ecuador, thank you so much. I was very pleased. And together with Martha, we launched this incredible project, and I believe it will work. Indonesia, a boat, the same big boat, and I come to Indonesia and I see, oh my God, it has already happened. We need to do something. What should we do? We need to cut the wall, and at that island there are a lot of small workshops which produce boats. They can manufacture any boat, and namely the one that we needed. They are all involved into some works. They are growing seaweeds, like 600 farms growing seaweeds, and they say we need solar boats, and I tell them give us boat, and they tell we cannot take them from work. So for that reason we had to take a boat that Mr. Olin had, a huge boat, invite people, and they have cut the back wall and increased the distance, which should be 381 millimeters. And you know, they have done all of this, and once we were in the water, at that ocean, at that sea, and I was so happy that I nearly forgot that we have a small battery for 50 ampere hours. We went quite remote to the sea. We were moving around for the whole day. It was so cool. I was so happy. And suddenly we have run out of charge. And we are just standing in this ocean, three of us without any oars, and we cannot even reach the bottom. No one around, huge ships moving around. Somebody is moving towards us, and we were afraid that it can just cover us. And everything was okay. You know, all over the world we meet wonderful people. A fishing boat was passing us, quite a big one. They saw that we have no fuel and charge, we cannot move. They threw us a rope, brought us to some alien piers, alien shore. At this alien piers, 5 meters tall for big boats, and we were lifted together with the motor by ropes. We were fed, we were given a drink, and we were told, okay, move to that side. It was so interesting. So everywhere we are helped by different people. And next day, people knew about us, and the mayor of the city knew about us, and the university invited us, where they asked us to provide this boat with our motor for their wonderful project. They have a project that is boat drones, and they want to perform this project with our boat and launch it autonomously around Tarakan Island and show it to the whole world. I don't know why they need it. Of course, we agreed, and in Indonesia, together with Olin, together with our partner Laura, this solar project, solar boat, solar drone, we are launching it. So, guys, and one more thing. Thank you so much. You are such wonderful audience. You always support me. And another drone. And a team from emergency came there. And we have a petrol drone at this boat, and we want to make it electric. And of course, electric drone is clear. Petrol drone is not clear. It should move on solar energy, and it should always be fueled with petrol. And we started this project. And you can know this project at the pavilion. Of course, unfortunately, as the company created some problems for us, and we have purchased solar panels in Moscow, which we should have installed at the boat, but they still have not shipped those. Well, quite soon we will receive those and we'll continue the project. You will see the solar boat, and maybe this year you will see the solar drone, and we'll see the situation, how it's going to happen. Guys, here we have representatives of Northern Macedonia. Where are you? I don't see you. Northern Macedonia, raise your hands. So here you are. See what the travel started from this year. It started from Europe. Both Pavel, Filippov and Shadskiy approached Macedonia, and they were really surprised. There is clearest and purest lake protected by UNESCO. That is so pure and so beautiful that people living there, they say, oh, we painfully see petrol motors and their exhaust gases, fumes, damaging and contaminating this lake, and we want to launch a project with electric Duyunov motors. So we have already sent a motor there, and quite soon I believe that we will launch this project, and I see it has big future, as we already communicated with the captain of the lake, Mr. Goran. He said, we manufacture Ohrid's boat and we want to make all of them electric. And I think that this project will also be a success. So, guys, automobiles. China really surprised me. China surprised me. I never expected that they have reached such a level. What was the most interesting part here? At that BAF plant, there is such an automobile. This kind of automobile, Viktor Aristov attracted my attention to that because it just started being manufactured. And within the technical process of this automobile, we can input our motors. We already tested. This is new 7 kilowatts motor, which we first tested in China with the Kangaroo car, and now we test it in Moscow at Kangaroo Automobile. And as soon as we send it to the laboratory to Dmitry Duyunov, and he provides us the schedules for this motor, we will be able to provide it to BAF plant and start producing these cargoes with our 7 kilowatt motors. But for that we need orders. Please pay attention. I address to everyone. We need orders for this automobile. I think that these orders will soon take place. Another interesting project, and again in Ecuador. Again, Senora Martha. See, she has brought us to a university in Bara city. We moved a lot. We have just received our boat motor in the airport, and it was absolutely disassembled because you have to disassemble it because of heavy weight and put to different boxes and sent to Ecuador as luggage. And once we delivered it, I didn't have enough time to assemble this, and we have come with a disassembled motor directly to this university. Pavel Filippov says, you will not have enough time to assemble the motor. Okay, take any 2 students, and while you are having the floor, they will do it. I say, how? They do not know anything. It's okay. So we invite 2 students from the audience. I start my speech. They start assembling the motor. By the end of the speech, the motor was assembled. I had fear to connect it to battery, and it was working. What kind of applause was there? I was so happy. Can you imagine people all over the world? I think, well, they will not be You know, they already know the technology. They know how to connect these things. So they calculate, they know that we're coming, they know something about the technology, and they try to help us. And at the end of our speech, our presentation, Senior Martha approaches us with the teachers of this university saying that they have already development of their own electric car, and they are really willing for us to prepare and install our electric motor. So, of course, we approved of this, and that is another project. Well, this is that very kangaroo car which is assembled here in Russia, in Balabanovo town. Director Stanislav, well, he is a busy person. He didn't have enough time to reach, but I will tell you myself. So, at this automobile, there is 5 kilowatts Chinese motor, a synchronous motor. And they do not like it because it's quite weak. It cannot drive up. And these automobiles carry different kind of cargo in Moscow. They can be seen everywhere. Then there are some complaints. Well, provide us with a good motor. They need a motor which can arrange for the controller to switch between crazy and economic mode. What Viktor Aristov is doing, the controllers that he has are just like that. And we have tested it at first with Viktor Aristov. He showed it showed wonderful result, good economy, high power. And then we brought this motor here, installed it on a Russian model, which is a little bit altered because 40% of details are assembled in Russian. And that was asked by a governor of Kaluga region, and he was very happy that we plan to install, namely, our Russian motor on this automobile. After the tests, I think it will work, and in Balabanovo, they will also have our engine. Yellow. Well, I'm not going to talk a lot about this. You know about this wonderful development, by the way, very expensive, and that is why, well, this is quite expensive. And now you see the video, the photos with this automobile with the motor DA100S, and it has a happy owner, our investor. He won this lottery, and I think that he is quite happy with our development. And this Indian Pulsar, because KTM company actively participated in development of this vehicle, world leader in bikes development. Another development of Viktor Aristov, which you can see at that room. This is a bike, and when I was a boy, there was something similar. This is a retro version. Maybe somebody will be interested in this. Just address to me. It is ready for manufacture. What is good about this small battery? Only 32 ampere hours make it possible to cover 90 kilometers on this bike with a speed of 90 kilometers per hour. A very interesting model. We will not talk a lot about this. So, see, in China, I visited an interesting manufacture plant where they produce bikes. Director of this company, Alexey Lyans, really wanted to come to the conference, and he wanted to talk about what for and why he installs our motors to this bike. And he had exhibition in China, which he cannot miss. So I will tell you, this is Liberty, translated as freedom. This is the bike which is very popular in petrol version in Latin America, and that is why I attract attention of our partners from Ecuador, Peru, namely to this bike. For some reason, I keep on mixing the wrong slides. I arrived at the plant where they manufacture these bikes, and not far from that, at the same city, there is a plant manufacturing electrical engines. And I saw the serious production of a DA95S motor. Serious motor is installed on serious automobile, on serious bike. And this bike can be purchased in China for $2,800. A very good price because there is a battery for 60 ampere hours. So please pay attention. This version can already be bought, can be sold. You can open services in different countries of the world and do business with this. I do recommend it. If once you are interested, address to me and I will be happy to help you. And I would like to introduce you to a generator. Once we purchased a green 3-cycle Bajaj Maxima, we have removed diesel, which with the 9 horsepower. This is diesel by Kubota, Japanese manufacturer, which is very good, which is has good economical indicators. And then we addressed Dmitry Duyunov for him to develop for us in his laboratory a generator. And this generator was upgraded, and its power of 5.5 kilowatts and generator is serviceable. We cannot start it here, but we can show you the video. We will provide this video and you will be able to see this. And now we start testing this. We should understand to what extent generator on Slavyanka are more interested and more economic than normal generator. Now we do not know this. So all our activity, the activity of the company and Resurs is related to producing kits which would be installed somewhere. Now you see the petrol motor Honda and electric kit or set with Slavyanka, and this all is also winded by Sovelmash company.
So this is a unique set. I think that no one actually has it. We have it in Côte d'Ivoire. Apparently, you can see in the picture they can take if you imagine, put it away and install an electric one instead. Basically, then it is all ready. So just to finalize my part, here you can see those locations where we already have partners. We have a really, really interesting project, and it was prepared for Pero. Here we have Senora Marie. Yes, so she delivered, took with her an agreement. So can you imagine, in Peru, there are a lot of farmers suffering from water shortage, and they have rice fields, and they have to pump this water regularly using diesel generator, very powerful ones. So here is an official letter from them. So they agreed to our project and to our product. It was delivered by Marie, where they basically asked us to create a solar pump station with a motor based on combined winding. We are really happy to say that, well, now that we received this paper, we proceed to works. We have projects in India. We have one scheduled for India. This is one related to a solar race. Also a project in Ecuador. In Indonesia, we have a project in Krasnodar. Yes, Igor, hello. So these guys, they are developing hydrocycle with our motor, but we will talk about it a little bit later because this project is not over yet. What else would I like to say? Please, don't forget to write down my contact details. My Telegram, my email box, write messages to us. Also, we are thinking about a very interesting project with Jean-Marie. Mr. Jean-Marie wanted to launch an assembly workshop in Cameroon, but in Africa, they have right now a very complicated situation with the government. All the projects should be approved, must be approved by the government. Now he would like to implement this project in a different place, in a place where he actually lives. We will tell you a bit more about that later on. So here in this picture you can see my contact details. Please address all your questions to me using these contact details. Yes, well, people, they agreed to launch a business in the domain where I actually work. We will do it definitely, and I would like to introduce our partner to you from India, so Ashok Chabria. And with this partner, together with Birdi, he provided us with a yellow tuk-tuk, and now he will tell you a bit more about that. And now he will tell you a bit more about this project that was also launched in India. All the best. Good afternoon. I'm founder of Rapeco Motors. On this screen, you can see actually locations where we are presented. We have different dealers in different countries. So basically, we manufacture three-wheel electric vehicles. So I went to the conference to develop my and your business. So we're now testing one of electric vehicles. Here are some of the examples of electric vehicles we are now testing. And we would like to work together. So these models, you can already see them in Delhi. So I hope that you will have a chance to visit India. As we have already said, we have a lot of room for improvements, and we have projects where we could work together. Thank you very much, Andrey, for your presentation. Thank you very much, Ashok. I'm happy that today we see people from abroad and also technological partners who actually use this technology. Just for you to understand that we have such people all around the world. Of course, we couldn't invite all of them, but still we have some of them. Oleg, are you here? Oleg also wanted to add a few words of gratitude. Yes, unfortunately, microphone was taken away from me, and I didn't have a chance to thank everybody. The point is that, well, it's true that mentally and physically it was really difficult to be there. We wouldn't be able to do that with you. In fact, I know some details related to this journey. That was a real miracle. Well, Nikita, one of our operators, he also, I mean, actually our cameraman, he went there with them, and he said that there were a lot of difficult and funny moments at the same time. Today we are joined not only by people working with the technology itself, like Andrey Lobov, but also representative of some big companies. For example, a company that has been interacting with Sovelmash for a very long time, and you keep on asking what companies are actually interested in the technology. Are there big customers or big companies interested in the technology? Yes, there are quite a few, and we have a representative of such a company today. And I would like to invite Niranjan. I would like to invite you to the stage.
Всем здравствуйте.
Solar team from this place visited my factory about 6 months back, and they explained functioning, and I was impressed with the company progress.
И я очень сильно впечатлился и заинтересовался.
So when I started interacting with Mr. Dimitri, and I sent some drawings to them, and
Со мной я постоянно нахожусь на связи с Дмитрием, мы с ним общаемся, он мне присылает много интересной информации.
And yesterday when I saw the factory, I was really impressed that they are doing a very
Вчера мы
high.
ездили на стройку, и я был очень сильно впечатлен. Я впервые увидел все своими глазами.
That they are doing a very highly technical job with
Действительно, там
respect to the motors,
высокотехнологичные работы ведутся.
and we will certainly like to work with the Solar Group for the technology
Я
of this
уверен,
company.
что данная продукция не только в Индии найдет рынок, но и в других странах.
In India, we have a very big setup for electric motors,
У нас в Индии
and
довольно-таки
it is called
большая
Lakshmi Hydraulics
большая
Private Limited.
промышленность.
It is
Для
in
изготовления
Maharashtra of
электродвигателей
India.
очень большая
And it is-
поддержка от правительства.
It is financed by the two directors, Mr. Thackeray. They are the owners of the company, and I am the president there, looking after all the technological aspects.
Вот я один из владельцев такой компании, которая производит электромоторы.
These are the two financiers there.
Это наши финансисты.
This company has got many national awards on quality and productivity.
Наша компания получила несколько национальных премий по качеству.
We have got 3 plants there. This is the first plant, which is the corporate office there.
У нас 3 завода. Данная фотография из штата Махараштра.
Then this is another plant for the larger motors. The earlier plant was up to 50 kilowatt, and this one is up to 1000 kilowatt. Large motors we make there.
На данном заводе мы производим моторы от 500 киловаттов до 1000.
This is one more plant we are building up for special motors.
Это вот третий проект, который сейчас строится.
So here you can see our figures. We have done almost 40 million in last year, and we have got 6,000 varieties of motors, huge varieties of motors. We make non-standard motors, and any kind of motors we can develop and make. So we decided that we can easily make these solar group motors, and we will take up the manufacture of these motors as soon as we are able to get the technology.
На данном слайде вы можете видеть данные моей компании. Вкратце говоря, что моя компания производит более 6 тысяч разновидностей электромоторов. Так что я больше чем уверен, что мы сможем производить и моторы на технологии Duyunov.
We have got all the certifications required in India from all government authorities, and we can sell to any project or any installation.
Все сертификаты от правительства, от государства у нас уже имеются, так что никаких опозданий не будет.
Our strength, this is the biggest motor in the LT range, the low voltage range up to 690 volt, and this we make in India with the I4 efficiency, which is the highest efficiency.
Данный мотор самый крупный мотор, который мы производим. I7 efficiency рейтинга.
This is our assembly line. These are some special machines we use for our big motors. We have complete quality system, and we follow all quality system for our motors.
Данные слайды из сборочных цехов, где производится контроль качества.
There are 14 test plants for testing the motors on load up to 1000 kilowatt.
У нас 14 отдельных помещений, где мы как раз вот проверяем все на качество.
This is the 1000 kilowatt motor you can directly load and test. It's a big test plant provided by ABB.
В данном помещении мы можем испытывать моторы, которые на 1000 киловаттов.
We make all kinds of non-standard motors, as you can see here. And voltage is up to 690 volt, I2, I3 and I4, up to 1000 kilowatt.
На данном слайде как раз вот данные о моторах, мощности, какие есть сертификаты.
And these are all kinds of special motors we are making for every application, whether it is Indian Railways or Indian Navy or steel plants, cement plants.
А вот данные моторы, которые мы изготавливаем по спецзаказу, может быть от частного сектора, может быть от госсектора.
And our specialization is that we make all non-standard motors, not like make standard motors and sell through dealers. We are not selling through dealers. We make special motors for every customer.
Основное направление нашего бизнеса как раз вот изготавливать по спецзаказам моторы. Мы не производим стандартные моторы, не продаем, не стараемся их продавать через дилеров, а именно производить вот такие вот моторы по спецзаказам.
And as far as number of varieties of motors are concerned, we are the largest in India.
Если говорить о разнообразии, мы крупнейший производитель разных типов моторов.
These are the various industries we are supplying the motors and all kinds of applications, as you can see.
На данном слайде список разных промышленностей, куда мы поставляем свои моторы.
Then these are our specialties. You can see 6,000 plus customers motors. Smoke extraction motors, when there are any fire in the tunnels, and motors can work up to 400 degrees. Even if there is a fire, you can take out the smoke. These are the special motors developed by us.
Один из специальных двигателей, моторов, который мы произвели, он может работать даже при температуре плюс 400 градусов Цельсия.
We have got a big research and development department which has 28 engineers working there, and we develop all kinds of non-standard motors.
У нас отдельный отдел, который занимается research и development.
These are the three motors which I saw in Sovelmash, and they have a very high demand in India. So we would like to take the technology for these motors and start manufacturing as early as possible.
Вот три мотора, которые я выбрал, которые я считаю, что будут очень востребованы на индийском рынке.
So also yesterday I discussed with Mr. Dimitri about the special winding motors, and I wanted that technology also very fast. It's a very good technology because I've been associated with electric motors for the last 45 years, and I saw that this is a very good technology and will take a lot of business in the market. So he said that only after completion of the factory, he will start working with me, and soon we will be able to take this technology.
Я лично общался с Дмитрием Дuyunovым. Я ему сказал, что в данной сфере я уже работаю
Also, I would like
45
to
лет.
invite any investors who are interested in developing these motors in India and help us in going ahead. And then since we have a large range of motors, I request if there are any dealers and distributors who can sell our motors, because right now we are selling only in India, so we can export to various countries wherever you are able to sell.
Тут я хотел бы еще сказать, что если среди вас присутствуют люди, которые могут совместно со мной помочь нам инвестировать и предложить какие-то бизнес-сделки в других странах, пожалуйста, свяжитесь со мной.
Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
So, friends, let's thank Niranjan for his speech. And LHP, it's true that it's a big company. We personally have visited their plant enterprise when we organized a conference in India, and they had a lot of space, and it's really great that Sovelmash has such great potential customers. And we can show you some of them, those cooperating with Sovelmash right now, because not everyone is ready to speak openly and publicly in front of such an audience. Just to summarize the results of our first part, I would like to say that our goal was to show our movements, how we actually move, what we have done, and where we are moving right now. I am absolutely persuaded that we managed to do that, and now you have a real understanding of what is happening in the sphere of the development of this combined wind in Slavyanka. And in order for us to finalize startup and adjustment work of the enterprise, we need to finalize everything related to financing. You can also keep track of that with the help of those star signs. You can go to your chats and see information about that. And now we are thinking what we should come up with in order to finance the project on a prompt basis. Who participated in a lottery where we had that yellow bike? Dimitar Lobov mentioned that, a lot of you. And if you haven't win, don't get disappointed, because we're about to launch a new lottery, and probably you know what we're gonna use there, the main prize, the car. I'm like Yakubovich. So this car is in our showroom. Here you can find out more about combined wine in Slavyanka. You can take a look at it, you can visualize that, and tell yourself that you will win it. So lottery will start on the 1st of October, right after the end of the Spasibo or Thank You campaign. We're going to have a number of stages. We're going to have winners in each of them. We are going to also have some other prizes, bikes, Liberty, based on the Liberty technology. So if you want to become a happy owner of such a vehicle, you are welcome. By the way, it's a fully electrical vehicle. You will also be able to keep pace with the trends. We would like to finalize our technological part. In the second part of our conference, we will be talking about different figures. We will talk about the results that we have right now in terms of investment that we have attracted. So we will be talking about the number of investors, about different figures, so that you can actually use figures in your work. This is the most objective criteria of your results. And right now, what we like to say that we're going to have 15 minutes at 1:50 p.m. We will continue our conference, second part of it. Now you can take lunch, take pictures. Thank you very much.
Я сейчас говорю.
Дорогие гости, мы готовы.
Dear guests, we are ready to start. Please come to your seats.
Дорогие гости,
Dear guests, please come to the room.
Дорогие гости и Павел Филиппов.
Dear guests and Pavel Filippov, please come to the room.
Мы начинаем через 3 минуты.
We start in 3 minutes. Please come to the room.
Так, уже 3 минуты у нас есть, да? Можно уже...
We have 2 more minutes. And is Pavel Shadskiy here?
Я просто... Там нужно, чтобы все были просто в фокусе и Паш Шацкий. Здесь. Все, кто вчера на сцену выходил, все.
Дорогие гости, проходите.
Dear guests, please come to the room. We are about to start.
Дорогие гости, вы...
Dear guests, you will miss the most interesting part of this day.
Andrey Lobov и дорогие гости, проходите.
Dear guests, please come to the room.
Друзья, ну что, я думаю, что можно начинать. Давайте поаплодируем.
Dear friends, I think we can start a round of applause.
С очень многими удалось.
I managed to talk to many people, to take pictures with many people, not with everyone. So after the second part is over, I'm personally going to be here. You can approach, ask a question, take a picture, whatever you like after the second part. And the second part is going to start right now, and it will be dedicated to digits. As I have already said, it's quite hard to argue with digits. It's just a fact. And when we talk that we are good, well, we can say that there was a beautiful conference or there was a good webinar. It's quite hard to assess. But when we say due to this conference we spent 1 million ruble and we received 5 million rubles, these are figures, precise figures. And about these precise figures, about our financial conditions of today and about financial records, Pavel Shadskiy will tell you about. Please welcome to the stage. Dear guests, I'm happy to welcome you today in this room. Today we have an international conference, and I would like to emphasize the international nature of this conference, to welcome our guests who came to visit us from the whole world. I would like to tell you about the countries having arrived here, and I will start with Nigeria. Our guests from Nigeria, please stand up. We'll give you a round of applause. Thank you so much. In Nigeria, we have our office and we have our work being held there regularly. But we have also opened a representation office there, and we have not visited that place yet. And we are going to come this autumn to arrange another conference there in Nigeria. Then let's move on to our guests from India. You have seen everyone. You have remembered them. They were playing their music. Thank you. Thank you for having come here. It's the most multiple delegation to our place. And this year, as to the number of investors, they have overcome Russia. And their main competitor as to the number of investors is Vietnam, who is also keeping up with them. Delegation from Vietnam. We move on. Germany. We have Germany here. We have the winner of lottery from Germany, national partner. Next to Germany, we have Bulgaria. This is the most efficient team out of all the teams. They do everything cheap and as efficient and quick as possible. Next to Bulgaria, we have guests from Macedonia. This year we have visited Macedonia, opened National Representation Office, opened an office there, sent equipment to that office. Unfortunately, a certain national partner from Macedonia couldn't join us, but in the autumn, Pavel Filippov and Andrey Lobov, I was absent at that time. They will go to Macedonia, to Ohrid Lake, so that to equip the machines there with electrical motors. So we move on to Gilles Weber, one person from France. Gilles Weber came to us not alone. He also brought guests from Benin. Barbara, please. And also from Côte d'Ivoire, from Cameroon, and from 4 countries, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you. And we move on to Nepal. I forgot about Nepal, our guest from Nepal. Also, I have guests from Italy. Next to Italy, we have a guest from Switzerland. Latin America, we have a guest from Venezuela, Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador. Maybe I left somebody out. I think I forgot Milad. This is our colleague from Iran. Well, please help me. Have I left somebody out? Belarus. I hope that I have not left anybody out, and now I can start. We understand the international nature of our conference, and we'll talk about figures not only generally, but allocated to the countries with the national representation offices. If you translate, you have poor internet and you want to share pictures, I would like to remind you that we have Wi-Fi, which is called SG223. You can join it and you will have stable internet to share information, and we have to share information because that is the basement of our development. Our partners and our clients share information all over the world, and we have this kind of international audience. Let us start. Today we have 18th investment stage. As my colleagues said, we plan to move on to 19th stage November this year. And the transfer to investment stage is related to the point that we are reaching the goals of financing the project and also on implementing the projects. We can say that the aim of this stage for financing is already reached, and we are expecting results of the work from Sovelmash so that we could move on to the next investment stage. Once we move on to new stages, it means that risks for our investors go down and the cost of shares go up. I would like to talk about the records of this stage. Overall, my speech is related to this year, not calendar year, not a stage. We have met in August previous year at international conference in Zelenograd. And after this year, I'm going to tell you about the results of this year as for 12 months. The records of the stage and for this year and for the whole story of the project, we have 3 records. Due to what we have discussed today, Pavel talked about the thank you campaign, and with the active work of partners and involvement of investors who support projects, who buy new packages, increase old packages, and also recover delayed payments once they stopped paying this. And it's great that conditions of thank you campaign are benevolent for profitable investment. We have these records, and the first record is addition of $2,005,000, and this is the sum which was received at the account of the company investment per month. And Dmitry Alexandrovich said that the record sum of money, not only with the attraction of the money which were directed to Solarmash company, because half of this money is directed for implementation of the project. The sum of payments, we also had a record for the previous months. This is $3,100,000. The sum of our money is different from the number of received money, and quite often our clients ask, well, because this should be the same, but it's not exactly the same, because on our accounts we already have money of the clients which are added in advance, and also payments are done by partners who are also our investments with the referral incur which they earned. So this sum is different, and the record for the sum of payment was done in the previous months, and the sum of obligation which was sold within the months, it's almost $10.5 million. Then we move on to general figures. The number of participants for this year, for these 12 months, altered by 76,614 clients gross, and I think that these figures are already outdated. They were double-checked 2 days ago, and now the number is growing. The number of investors grew 57,000, and that makes 57,000 investors, and it grew almost by 10,000 of investors. And number of partners is more than 17,000 clients. These are the clients who earn on promotion of information about possibilities, about technologies at referral increment. And these are the people with the help of which you got to know about the project, and most of you are them. Do we have partners here? Raise your hands, please. Thank you. Thank you for your input, for promoting the information. Almost in 200 countries of the world, they know about the technology, about the company, about the possibilities. Next slide is about money. The sum of investments is $65,720,000, and now this sum is already outdated, but the actual sum is a little bit altered. You can get to know in your personal account. This year we have a new page. This is a roadmap which shows the number of investment in real time. In my slide, this is $65,721,000. And the number of packages, a little bit more than 82,000 packages arranged by investors, and the number of shares, this sum is often asked, grew almost by 6 billion. That made 30,303,000,000, and then you can see the changes as to the countries. From 2018, we are dealing with international. From 2018, we are dealing with the international development, and then there was a decision taken to enter international markets as soon as we are ready. And as I have already said, this year, India, as to the number of investors, overcome even Russia. Overcome, namely for this reason, because they always invite everyone, invite hotels, hotel drivers, everyone. For that reason, they have overcome us, even regardless of the fact that in 2019 we just opened a representation office in India. Russia today is at the second position, a little bit more than 10,000 investors, then Vietnam, and then you can see the countries. These are the countries with open representation offices. Somewhere we have activity a little bit more or a little bit less. Everywhere there are own peculiarities of work, and everywhere in the countries when we open representation offices we have development and growth. Top 10 countries as to amount of investments. Russia is at the first position here. It was at the first position, but it made its position stronger with a thank you campaign. Big number of investors who invested in 2018 and 19 with the conditions of thank you campaign. They got reactivated. They increased delayed payments, purchased new packages with old prices, and also recovered packages and also recovered them with bonuses. At the second place we have Vietnam. At the third, we have India, then Indonesia, European countries, African countries, and Nepal. Overall, all our guests present here at this conference. Almost everyone are in top 10 countries as to amount of investments or as to the number of investors. Within these 12 months, we have opened additional national representation offices in Austria, in Liechtenstein, Switzerland. Unfortunately, Marco could not join us at the conference, our national partner in these countries. And also we have opened 9th or 10th national representation office with Gilles in Mali. Do you know where Mali is? Gilles knows where Mali is. And we congratulate him on this. And also with Gilles Weber, we actively developed offices in Africa. After we had a conference with Pavel Filippov, we have opened additional office in Benin. We already had the second office was opened in Côte d'Ivoire, in Ganoa. We have opened an office in Peru, in Macedonia, in Ecuador, and in Kazakhstan, if I'm not mistaken. But for opening the offices, we also have an opportunity to provide, due to the top resource component, to provide ready-made products. These are boat motors, kit sets to our offices so that our clients could visualize ready-made products with the usage of technology used in routine. Also, our offices have what for do we open our offices? First and foremost, to cooperate with our clients. That means to arrange presentation, group, offline, online, individual presentations in order to provide consultations to our clients and also potential clients. For that to be a place where partners work, exchange experience, and also have training from top leaders who share their experience. This year, as well as during the previous year, we plan to continue international expansion on opening offices, and we see huge potential here and also commercial efficiency. Also, I would like to tell you about our company, about Solar Group company, how it grew, because depending on the quality of service we're providing to our clients and whether the infrastructure is qualitative and efficient, that impacts our results. Our company consists of 4 departments: legal department, all legal schemes, licensing, all legal issues, and agreement infrastructure is prepared by the legal department. Marketing department, this is the department dealing with elaboration and implementation of different stimulating measures, motivating measures. Maybe this year somebody participated in a social research. We had a marketing research, whether we can improve conditions for personal account and also different proposals to our clients. Our partner network, this is the department dealing with international development of partners, also developing of different checklists, trainings, and as partners, you know, a knowledge database and methodology of a partners operation checklist for newcomers, and we arrange webinars as well, presentation webinars for the partners. All that is done in the Department of Partner Network. This is our client service, which provides information and technical support to our clients, and also financial department, and I will elaborate on this later on. The slides are a little bit mixed, but it's okay. Now, as to figures, I will tell you about what kind of work is being done in marketing department, where we have department for content development and also department of presentation. Department of presentation, this year, within 12 months, we had 956 webinars, and we have webinars in 11 languages today, 395 live presentation in our offices, and the record maker as to growth and presentations is Macedonia, because they make like 10 or 12 live presentation per month, moving around the whole country in institutions, if in business, and for business they are really great. And approximately one international conference per month we have. As to news, as I have already mentioned, our relations are based on openness and trust to each other, and also on the fact that we transfer information, sharing, and attracting new clients to our big international community. And for us to have something to share, we create news in text and video formats.
We create them in 25 languages. We also should say that our personal accounts, they translated in 25 languages. So far we have generated over 500 news over the past year, and 33 video news. So we have reporting news, different reports in general, just to share information about our dynamics and about opportunities provided by the company for our existing and potential customers. Also, we have a separate communication channel, communication through electronic emails. We have sent 1,357 unique letters over the past 12 months, and again, they sent in 25 languages. Technical support. 802 requests have been received by our technical support, and a lot of tasks have been tackled. So over 16,000 different tasks have been tackled. We have quite a good NPS, so it means satisfaction level. So are there any customers in this room who haven't been satisfied with the technical support? Are there any such people? No, there is none. I wanted to say that in our room here we have our team, almost 60 people came here. We also have a group of experts distributed all across the world. And Sergey Semyonov is sitting right there. He is the head of the technical support service. Well, actually right now he's in charge of these issues, and if you have any problems with that, you can also address your requests to Galina Kolosova. Serежа, thank you very much. All the activities I have mentioned, they are created by people sitting in this room, and we have a very special principle. These people are investors, just like all the other partners earning money. I mean, everybody is an investor. Thank you very much for your work. Let's give a round of applause. And one of such persons should ultimately be invited to the stage, because I cannot actually extrapolate on a number of issues. So he can do it. Vitaliy, our IT director. So Vitaliy, tell us more about our heart of the company, IT heart. To me, it's first conference where I'm being approached by unknown people, and they tell me that the website is really great. Personal accounts, just incredible. All the ledgers. I would like to draw attention to the fact that over the past 1 year and a half, we haven't had any site. We have a special web application. It's a technology of a high level. It's called a single page application. When when you enter the system, you have only one window, one page, and then dynamically only the content that you need is actually downloaded. That is why our platforms, our services work very quickly. When we press a card, it opens immediately. I would say that this is a perfect web technology. There is nothing better than that. So that's great and actually represents a real platform for us. But we didn't stop there. Speaking about our strategy, we should say that we don't have such a task to launch a full-fledged mobile application. It's not our focus. That is why when we have some free time to give, free from tons of marketing tasks, just for our personal pleasure, we created a new version of mobile application. And thank you. I can tell you that we have it here in the mobile phone. If Apple approves this, then it will be available for all the users and you will be able to use it. The main idea we had when we relaunched the mobile application was that we thought how to improve the notification system. So this bell sign, which was not very comfortable, we decided to transform that into one single button in the middle of the screen. When we press it, me as an investor, I will get all the necessary pieces of information, like news feeds, and I will not miss anything. So you press the icon, you press the bell, and you will be aware of all the things happening around. And of course, it wouldn't have ever been able to do that without our IT. Dear guys from IT block, these are not all the people. Please don't sit back. Please look at this guy in white t-shirt. It's not a fitness trainer. So this is Martha Crespin, head of all the development works. And I would like to say that in order to accomplish all the complicated tasks, once you allowed me to take the floor here, I would like to say that I always say, please share your strategy for the forthcoming 3 months. What about forthcoming campaigns? Sometimes we finalize different things at the very last moment, but we never shift our deadlines. And actually, our team made it possible. And also thanks to Sergey Semyonov. He launched special program, Sport Challenge, for our athletes, because when you work more on your body, you have more energy, and even in a critical situation, you can perform different duties and you can accomplish different tasks. You can do it. Everything related to the activities of the company. Thank you. Thank you very much, Vitaliy. So I was also asked to show one of the latest updates that we have in our personal accounts. So Maxim keeps notebook in his hands. So it's about the internal stock exchange. Right now we are working on functions, different ideas, millions of landings. It is being done by our guys. Here are some of the screenshots. So I would like to ask you the following thing. Do you agree that we have super products and super accounts? Information is updated on a regular basis. All the pictures are really beautiful. For example, Georg, this is our UX designer. He is not just a UX designer anymore. We started to work with him this year. He's working right now on usability and design, and I think that we have achieved brilliant results in this area, just like everywhere else. Okay, what about financial instruments that we use in our work? Well, by the way, this is our internal stock exchange. Yes, just take a look at the functions. We recorded a video. It's not a part of the presentation. So our customers will be able to share, to sell, and to buy their shares. So far, no one has seen that. So this is our dashboard with shares. Functions are pretty similar to our conventional functions, but in this part, investment, we also have one additional block, which is called internal stock exchange. So presentations are a little bit different. Speaking about financial infrastructure, so it seems like everything is easy, etc. But when you want to work with such a number of countries, at the same time being satisfied with a number of instruments, well, it's quite complicated to do that. We have different commissions. Something is connected and then disconnected, but we managed to do that. Our personal accounts can be topped up or replenished with the help of cryptocurrency, electronic wallets, or also companies' accounts open in different countries. In big countries, you can do it and do it right to the account of the company. Why I'm saying that? I just want to demonstrate that we are ready not to just finance this particular project, but we are ready to go beyond that, even at a different speed. So because, you know, when we kicked off, when we just started, Sergey Semyonov received certain funds to his accounts. We had register in form of tables, but right now we have such a great infrastructure, great team, and satisfied customers. So when we start a new project, we understand how we will start and what the results will be. Let's applaud to each other. And now I would like to invite to the stage our national partners, partners who took on the responsibility for regional development in different countries. So they tell you more about their trends, about their results, and what they plan to do in order to achieve one common goal. I would like to invite Aleksandr Manzhula, national partner from Russia. So, colleagues, please synchronize presentation because it's not very convenient. I want to have the same slide on the screen. So, this presentation, can you go one slide further? So, Sasha, everyone knows you without any picture. Good afternoon, dear investors, dear partners. I'm happy to welcome you to our annual international conference, Solar Group. Today we did a great job. We really achieved a lot. Investors, partners worked worked together and we received very good results. If we talk about figures, so record investment was generated by a campaign called Spasibo, or thank you. And apart from that, I would like to say that that infrastructure, I mean, everything that has been done at the very beginning will be taken to some other project, will be used in the framework of other projects, and we should thank investors and partners for that. All our results that we have achieved, it was done together by partners, Council of Leaders. We have very good communication with partners, with investors, and everything is working fine. It's really great. So, Sasha, can I help you? So, Russia is the first country where we actually testing our hypothesis. We have a Council of Leaders, and we are working with them on a regular basis. And there we generate new ideas, new functions, etc. I would like to thank members of the Council of Leaders. Everything new is tested and discussed jointly, and we try to find best solutions in every situation. We also have different national council of leaders in different countries, and they help us to improve working conditions in different countries, because they know how we are supposed to adapt it to the market requirements and conditions in order to achieve best results ever. And Sasha, of course, he manages not only just Council of Leaders, but also all partners. But as for Council of Leaders, this year around, they organized very good work, very good structure, and it allowed us to achieve very good results. I'm talking about interaction with our customers. They organized in a way where every partner is interested to call a customer and inform the customer about different things, support customer to sell something. That is why we have this kind of results. Yes, I would like to congratulate you with such results. We are very close to the finish line, and we just need to finalize construction works, and that's it. And then we will scale up this project. Thank you very much, Sasha, for your contribution. And now I would like to invite to this stage Mr. Long. Unfortunately, I cannot fully pronounce your name, so please, welcome to the stage. Mr. Long is a national partner from Vietnam, so you have seen figures from Vietnam, but Mr. Long right now is going to share even more. I would like to tell all the investors and partners that we are really happy to work together. I would like to say a few words about myself. My name is Trinh Van Long, and I started a project in 2018, and right now I'm both an investor and a partner, and has been so for 5 years already. Over the past 5 years, we have achieved certain results, and I would like to share them with you. Over the past 5 years, we have accumulated over 33,000 participants. And over the past years, we added to this list over 10,000 participants. And the number of investors over the past 5 years, I mean, the total number is over 10,000 of them. And last year, 974 also joined the group. So it's almost 1,000 investors over a period of 1 year only. I think that during the forthcoming 1 or 2 years, we'll have even more of them. I'm absolutely sure about that. And we have received over 2,000 partners. And in 2023, 343 partners also joined our team. I also wanted to say that these figures will be even bigger, and it will be growing year by year. So packages over 10,000 and over 2,000 during during this year. As for payments that have already been done, over 11 million, and this year over 3 million packages have been sold.
Thì để gọi là đạt được những kết quả như vậy thì bản thân tôi và tất cả những người phát triển đối tác của Solar Group tại thị trường Việt Nam đã tổ chức ra rất là nhiều buổi sự kiện, cũng như buổi gặp mặt trực tiếp và buổi webinar để gọi là chia sẻ tất cả cơ hội đầu tư cho tất cả nhà đầu tư tại thị trường Việt Nam.
In order to reach these results, well, it happened not by chance. We have performed a lot of work. We have held conferences, a lot of webinars, and also personal meetings and presentations. I would like to express gratitude to my team. I have done all this not alone, and thank you so much. Thank you. Here is my team. They have arrived with me this year. Also, thank you to my interpreter. She is with me from the very beginning, and also thanks to her, I understand, and thank so much to her. Also, I would like to say thank you to Solar Group company, who gives us the chance to invest and work and get to know new people. I am very grateful. Thank you so much. By the way, our partners from Vietnam work not only for attraction of investments. Their work is directed to the search of potential co-investors for construction of production sites for electrical motors. And at one of these sites, Pavel Filippov and Andrey Lobov were present when we had a conference in Vietnam. Yesterday, we discussed a question on attracting of large-scale investors for local construction, for production, who have sites and land and investments, and who are waiting for Solarmash company to have an opportunity to arrange production in Vietnam. Thank you so much for this. Another person whom I would like to give the floor, United French-speaking countries of Africa. Gilles Weber, you have the floor. Gilles is the person with whom we started first national representation office, which was in France, and all the novelties, almost all of them, to improve the work, establishment infrastructure for national partners, motivation models. I always get consulted with Gilles. He has a rich multi-year experience, and together we develop national representations, and now we develop vice national representation offices who are dealing with partners and who are dealing with the development of local countries in separate subjects of the country or cities of the country, open new offices, and we work at this with Gilles. Anastasia is our beautiful interpreter, and we work with her for a long time, and she greatly translates emotions of Gilles. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for a warm welcome in Russia. And I remember how I was at the same location back in 2019, and I remember that somewhere else I was sitting with Anastasia. A lot of things have happened since then, and National Representation Office, which was open, and I'm head of this, it was France. You probably know that I am a representative of 9 countries, and we will show you some figures now. First of all, I'm going to talk about the country. This is my native country, and I have left it a little bit out since then. Maybe some of you know that in 1 month I will celebrate 4 years since I left France, and since then I live in Africa. I believe that first and foremost, Solar Group is a kind of adventure in the best sense of this word. So, France, see, there are not so many participants, but here we should understand the situation in France, because basically Frenchmen have everything they need. Wonderful homes, beautiful roads, they do not need anything else, actually. You know, I can tell for sure that now I feel even less a Frenchman and more I feel an African. So, a couple of minutes about France. Overall, 750 participants for the last year, plus 140. I don't even know where they came from. Plus 47 new investors, overall 236. At least figure is not so big. And we can see 10 new partners. 463 packages out of them, 102 previous year, and I think Thank You campaign really helped in that. Payments, you can see the figures, 564,000 overall, plus 116,000. I also think that Thank You campaign really helped here. The liabilities sold, you see the figures, 850,000 overall, plus 166,000 last year. And I repeat again that Thank You campaign introduced a lot to these growth. Of course, it looks like I'm quite critical about my country, but still, my native country. But still, it's quite funny when sometimes I arrange presentations in France. We have very few French people, like 1 or 2 people, and basically these are citizens of Mauritania, Senegal, and other African countries. So, now I will move on to another country. This is Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire, actually, with the representatives of the country, I know them for quite a long period of time. Let's have a look at the figures. Here they are more considerable. Overall, 7,425 participants plus 2,683. 2,840 investors, new 988, quite impressive figures. 774 partners, 250 new ones. As to packages, 4,000, a new 1,708, and I should say that they are very active. I will get back to this. Payments, 1,009,700, 905, 800,000 new. Liabilities, overall 4,893,798 plus 2,770,000. And there is such a question: what made it possible for them, for dwellers of Côte d'Ivoire, to arrange such progress? First of all, in Côte d'Ivoire, people have a spirit of a businessman. Because you know, when a person invested some money into a project in the internet and something went wrong, then normally people are afraid after that. When they fell on this way, they stand up and continue. So this is very different. That is what makes people of Côte d'Ivoire so much different. By the way, we have recently registered a company in Côte d'Ivoire, and all this within the last year. We have opened an office. We have arranged a conference. There were 14 people, as many as we have here. And we have managed to invite Pavel and Andrey Lobov. And I have a feeling like there was a rocket which exploded there to deliver wonderful results. After that, we took a decision to open more offices because there are some cities which are a little bit remote from the capital, and there are also strong leaders there. When offices were open, we brought equipment there, and people for the first time in 4 years got access to this equipment, and of course that put great input into development. Then we opened another city in Genoa City, 4 hours work from Côte d'Ivoire, from the capital. I am very serious about my work in Côte d'Ivoire because in the same part there are 8 more countries, French-speaking countries, making such a zone altogether. Pavel had provided a very good idea. We are going to implement this in Côte d'Ivoire. The idea is that we would have such an institution of vice national partners who would develop their own territory independently. Why am I talking so much about Côte d'Ivoire? Because this is the strongest country out of 9 where I am leader. I would like to say hi to friends from Côte d'Ivoire. I'm firmly convinced that they are watching us online, and for the second year they cannot come here, but of course you will manage next time. I move on from Côte d'Ivoire to Senegal. Senegal has very strong relations to France, and mentality is very similar. And I can even provide an example that I don't need as a Frenchman to have a visa to go to Senegal. I would like to welcome our friends from Senegal who are also watching us online. There we have investment club, and these people in March of the previous year, it took them 24 hours to personally visit the conference. they also couldn't come, and I think it is related to a big number of students from Senegal who want to study in Russia, and of course, it is quite popular. The thing is that when these people came for visa in embassy, they told them, no, first of all the students will receive visa, and then if we have remaining, then you'll get visas as well. Of course, people were very courageous because they spent 9 days in front of the embassy in attempts to get visa, but it never happened. So they just couldn't get in. The figures. Participants overall, 1,845 overall, plus 422 last year, investors 760, plus 150, partners 289, plus 40. The situation is developing quite good, the business is okay, and also 2 presentations per month are arranged in Dakar. Information and figures. You can see everything in the screen. Packages, so 1,069 plus 289 payments, 427,000 plus 120,000 liabilities, almost 1 billion plus 369,000. Well, generally, which is the order I represent to this country? This is the order I became national representative in these countries. And now I'm going to move on to Benin, and I introduce my wonderful company from Benin. Actually, all this adventure of Solar Group started back from my personal story. At that time, I knew people from Côte d'Ivoire. And one more country had very dynamic development, that was Benin.
Que 10% qui ont un...
So just take a look at the pictures, 15,692% of participants, but only 10% of them actually make an investment. So why do we have such a number of people who actually got registered? So I would like to make a reference to the COVID times. Back then, I was supposed to organize a conference in March, then it was postponed till April, and then it was cancelled. And actually, back then, I wanted to go to Benin because I met Barbara in the internet. So our beautiful story started back then. We have been together 4 years. We live together, we work together. That is why I am really into Africa. And so now that I'm in Benin, I live there, so I'm called Beninese. So you can see the number of investors plus 783 people, and total number is almost 2,000 investors. As for the partners, we have received onwards 235 of them, and the total number right now is 609 people. And yeah, so we can see 609 partners. Again, in this country, everything is developing quite steadily. There we also have young people interested in the project. Some of them were not able to come over. I would like to welcome them as well. So figures regarding packages 2,714 total number. So it means plus 1,141 packages. Payments 839,248 payments. So it means plus 359 payments. Also thanks to the Spasiba campaign. And as for obligations, over 2 million of them, it means plus 1 million obligations. I would like also to go back to the COVID periods. Back then, people used to say that nothing was possible, but we managed to organize a presentation with Barbara in our hotel. We had to wear masks, use antibacterial gel, and we had to keep a space between people, and we managed to attract 1,200 new people. That's an incredible result. And also during COVID time, we managed to organize the 80 presentations, even though people used to say that it was not possible, but we made it possible in Benin. After we saw that a new office was opened in Vietnam, Solar Group office, we decided to do the same thing in Benin. So this is our partner, Alphonse. He was here last year, but he didn't manage to come over nowadays. So he wanted to open an office in Benin. Well, usually it looks like, you're gonna just have a cabin and a table and a chair. That's it in the office. But in reality, at the end of the day, we got a very beautiful office in Solar Group. There we organize a presentation that allows me to spend a lot of hours, a lot of days in Benin, together with my Barbara. And now let's proceed to the next country located nearby, Togo. And at the beginning it was not easy because people they didn't want they used to invest in different fraudulent networks in the internet. And, in Togo, at a certain point of time, also thanks to the Spasiba campaign results, they really soared up and saw this country amongst top 10 countries, which was really surprising because at the very beginning we wanted to reject the idea. There, we receive assistance from the vice partner because right now he's participates in a special program, so he couldn't come over to participate at this conference. I'm really proud when I see these figures. Participants, 3,561 participants plus 1,500 investors, almost 1,000, etc. So you have just seen these figures. It's worth mentioning that last year our vice partner came here and probably he disseminated information very actively. And it also worked as a kind of an impetus. You can see the figures on the screen. Number of packages plus 501 package, payments plus 119,166 payments, and obligations plus 326,835 obligations. Also, we should thank our vice partner for that. He's young, very ambitious and active, and I think that his figures will be growing further on. And now I would like to proceed to Cameroon. And in this country, we are assisted by your vice partner, Victor Monjao Sambe. So Victor is our vice partner in Cameroon, so I think he will tell us where this success comes from. So we can see participants, 2,622 of them, plus over 1,000 was taken on board this year. Number of investors, 603 plus 211, partners 203 plus 61. Seems like figures are not that high, but it's very good for Cameroon. So I think that partnership program in this country will work out fine, because in this country you can see not 5 persons in taxi there, but 6 people. So as for packages, 900 plus 341 payments, 546,968 plus 229,841 obligations, 1,214,684 plus 423, 366. I would like also say a few words about one more person. Probably you're not quite familiar with him. And, it's really great to talk about such big investors in your own infrastructure or in your structure. And also I would like to invite to the stage one more person, to Barbara and to Victor Jean-Marie. Last year he was with us, and before that he invested $52,000, and this year he also invested $52,000 in our business. He is from Gabon, but actually he works both for Cameroon and Gabon. My friend Victor, why in Cameroon everything works out so fine? Yes, it's true that in Cameroon, well, the results are really great, and we can see this progress if we compare it to the previous year and that conference in Moscow. Back then, from our countries, we delivered to this country a lot of content, and of course it strengthened our position. In Cameroon, almost every week we have an opportunity to organize the personal presentations. Almost every year we organize webinars. We also are very active in social media, WhatsApp, Facebook, TikTok. And we have a very dynamic, young, ambitious team in the country, and they are really working hard. And now we have seen all those top figures, and we also want to be one of the top 10 countries, and I think we will be able to achieve this result. Thank you very much, Victor. Well, actually, there are not so many Africans here, and I wanted to give him the floor. Now, let's proceed to Burkina Faso. I would like to welcome our friends and our vice national partner. He's also working very hard, and he's working in 3 cities right now. So, as for the participants, total number is 4,133 plus 2,558 participants. Number of investors 758 plus 484. So we can see that yes, the figures are really good. We can see some dynamics, and the number of partners 199 plus 117 partners over the past year. Also very good dynamics. So partners, they have become really active. As for packages, now 133 plus 634, and payments 371, 266 payments plus 177, 186. And plus obligations 1,175, 139, plus 730, 220 obligations. So, honestly speaking, as for Burkina Faso, there is a special secret behind it, because a lot of citizens in Burkina Faso, they move to Côte d'Ivoire, neighboring countries, and there are a lot of activities in Côte d'Ivoire. It means that they actually get involved in these activities, but as citizens from Burkina Faso. So now it's time to proceed to the next country. I was talking about African continent. Now let's cross the Atlantic Ocean and find ourselves in Haiti. So this is a very small country, and I would like to particularly highlight that Haiti is one of the poorest countries in the world. Actually, it's number 7, but at the same time, they invest. I think that it deserves a round of applause. So there we have a very active female assistant, and she has already become a real expert in this domain. So unfortunately, she's not with us right now because, well, you know, it's a real challenge to come here from Haiti. You have to change your plane several times. So she's very brave, courageous, and she is ready to spend the whole day in the bus to reach a different city and to file an application. I would like to welcome Commissioner. I think that she's watching us as well as her whole team. So I would say that figures are not that good, but people, they really want to grow and they want to boost these figures. So the number of participants, 891, not so much, but plus 324. Very good dynamics. As for investors, 278 plus 34. And number of partners, 77 partners plus 9. Of course, figures not that big, but there are only 2 active people there. But still, they have very good results. So that's why Haiti is developing and growing. So packages 482 plus 70 payments 257, 267 plus over 56,000 obligations 445, 849 plus 108, 608. So we can see very good dynamics and the country is growing. So we organized the webinars in the Creole language at a local level. I think that it had a very good impact on the development figures.
Ils l'ont déjà placé en Amérique latine. C'est un peu faux, ils sont dans les Caraïbes.
By the way, quite often people ask themselves the questions where Haiti is. People think that it is somewhere in Latin America. Actually not. This is in the Caribbean basin. And even though I'm national partner, so they take me for a Caribbean pirate from time to time. And finally, the last country where we have jumped by parachute. An interesting country. We were told that there are quite a lot of commercial people with a lot of money in their pockets, and that they most likely will buy big packages. We have arranged such an experiment. We have sent representatives of Côte d'Ivoire so that they would make presentation there. They worked there for 3 weeks. And having made 2 presentations per month in 2 different cities, they showed wonderful dynamics. And now we can see that the figures are becoming more and more interesting. country, which is called Mali. This is the 9th country where I'm an official partner, and maybe not the last one. Well, I think I have already made you tired with these figures. I beg your pardon, because I have 9 countries. Here are the 9 countries that I represent for today. I would like to express gratitude to Solar Group company for help, for trust, for everything they're doing for us, because of course we work many hours per day and this is 100% personal choice. I sometimes asked, well, Gilles, how can you cope with such a big number of countries? How can you control such a big number of people? Well, to translate it literally, it's a kind of a dead man in work, quite a strict one. Well, I'm not the only one like this here. I have friends of the same type. For instance, my friend Birdi, who sleeps only 3 hours per day. But that is why we have such good results. The key to success is that we have to work, work, and work. There is such a good phrase. Quite often they say that behind every great man there is a woman. But I don't think I'm a great man, and that is why I'm not going to hide my woman. Now I would like to give the floor to her. Good evening, everyone. My name is Barbara Sakrukina. I'm expert of Solar Group in Benin, and I'm very happy, I'm very proud to be here in Russia with all of you. This is my 3rd trip to Russia, and I hope that at one good time I will be Russian with the help of God. Thank you. Thank you, Gilles. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Anastasia. And I give the floor to Ivan, national partner in Germany. Nobody understands because there is no interpreter. I would like to welcome you, dear friends. I am with you for 4th time already. And the most interesting thing, I was watching like Alexander was trying to speak in front of you, and I'm also same anxious. When you sit there, you think what to tell you from the stage. As there are quite a lot of questions to me. I speak Russian, but I arrived from Germany. I will share a small story about myself, why I'm here, and then I will tell you about what's happening at my place. I was born in Kazakhstan. I moved to Russia. I grew in Tomsk, and once we decided to move to Germany. That is briefly about myself. So everything is wonderful with my Russian and with the Russian school. That's it. Basically, when I came here, I thought of preparing a speech, and what should I tell you? You had previous speakers and presentation, and you keep on thinking which words to use, what you would like to hear, and what you would like think about. I was thinking about singing a song for you, so let's move on to our region, Germany. Germany is in Solar Group, represented by quite a big number. From 2018, after in summer I visited Minsk for a different project. I met active partners, and then we exploded our region. Since then, a big number of partners joined us. Before the conference in 2019, when we opened national representation, plus 6 months, and then calmness. You see in the figures that within 1 year we have only plus 34 new partners, and Pavel and I always ask ourselves what's happening. And as you all understand, that now we have a kind of conflict between Russia and Germany, so there are quite few people, and quite a lot of people approach our project actively, and they are quite tolerant because they see that the technology we offer to the world and as I worked some context in explanation why technology is good, and people who understand this, they are happy to join us. As one of my partners is saying, you will never deliver right words to a wrong person. Only the one who can understand the process can hear you, and no matter how bad you are explaining, he will understand you and join you. You can see the figures. The figures are not impressive. We do not have a lot of people. However, they have big wallets. At least they used to have big wallets. And I represent the interests of people who are interested in that. People who are interested, people who would like to join. Well, I just have fun because there are many words derived from other languages, and their declination is changed, and these words are now Russian. I will get back. So we have a big number, not a big number, even less than 1,000. Well, payments for 1 year, 2 million is for 3 years for all time. Well, I thought we had a little bit more, but we are quite few. If I see what happened in French countries, especially in Vietnam and India, I'm just crying. I'm crying about what should I do to be better. We should learn. We should learn from those who are more successful. I'll try my best. As the figures, you see what's happening. I can just characterize you generally. Germany is poorer, and the people who have money are trying to invest properly where they have future, and those who do not think about it are still remaining at the same place. So I would like to wish to everyone to share this information who wants to preserve their future and also multiply and improve what we do as active partners at our locations. I finalize with this. Thank you for your attention. Well, Dimitar, national partner from Bulgaria. It's a hard task to talk without an interpreter. Hi, everyone. My name is Dimitar Dimitrov from Bulgaria, and every time I'm here, my Russian is getting better and better. I hope that the next year will be even better. As you know, we are a small country, but the results are here. Participants, investors, and partners, but active partners. The most important thing here are all with me. Please stand up. These are our active partners. We have some more, but they couldn't come here. And with this small team, we reach these results. As Shadskiy said, we are the most efficient team. We love to do everything in a right way with minimal expenses, maximal efficiency. And each of us is doing this according to their own methodology. And they are master of their business. We're doing everything in a different way. However, when we are together, we reach good results. Thank you. Next year, I think will be even better. Thank you. My team. Thank you so much. Now I invite to the stage Birdi. Birdi, please. Birdi is national partner in 3 countries. And Birdi will make considerable input, considerable contribution, not only in the countries where he is an official partner, but also he is an example for a big number of partners from Latin America, from Europe. Everybody knows Birdi. He doesn't need to be introduced. Good afternoon, everyone. Today we're here with you at this event, and as the previous national partners explained to you how they reached the results which we have for today. We have done something in our countries as well. In Nepal, we reached results which are maybe not the most impressive. However, we had issues related to payment systems and so on. And due to a very active leader, this is Mr. Subedi, who is also present here. We have received a result of $225,000. All the problems that existed, anyway, they have overcome those. Mr. Suberi lives in Dubai for more than 2 years. This is all you need to know.
देश छोड़ के, अपने कंट्री छोड़ के, अपना बर्थ प्लेस छोड़ के बाहर बैठ के भी काम कंपनी मैनेजमेंट को हम नेपाल नहीं बुला सकते हैं और जितना भी करना है हम साइलेंटली अंडरग्राउंड की तरह कर रहे हैं। फिर भी जो कर रहे हैं तो हमें लगता है हमारा रिजल्ट कंपनी के लिए ज़्यादा खराब नहीं है, बैड नहीं है। थैंक यू सो मच ऑल ऑफ यू। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Tutte problematiche abbiamo avuto in Nepal, magari se non è stato tradotto, magari tradurremo dopo. Guardate questo video in YouTube, perché
К сожалению, эта часть не была переведена. Мы потом в YouTube посмотрим. Скорее всего, ребята помогут нам с этой работой.
Stesso succedeva anche in Italia, problematiche, pagamenti. Qua c'è Mr. Rossi che voglio che viene anche lui, ha più di $150,000 in questo progetto. Marshall, anche lui ha più di 80.000. Venite per un minuto, per favore. Dai.
У нас есть представители из Италии, у которых сделали результат более $150,000. Пожалуйста.
So actually, yes, we are gonna translate a video on YouTube later on, and we would like also to invite some representatives from Italy as well. Welcome to the stage.
Buonasera a tutti.
Good afternoon to everyone. So Birdi is a little bit crazy. I didn't expect him to invite me to the stage. So I got a professional education in the city of Parma in Italy, and after friends told me about such a startup, I told my friends about them, my family members, and apparently a lot of people, they were quite skeptical of that, and they want to check everything out immediately, just want to verify the project, just to see that it's really developed. And I had to explain to them that this kind of startups, they cannot just grow within just a period of one day, and to show some very good results of, I mean, such results, we have to understand that we also have some problems. And well, the technology provided by the team, this technology could help us a lot in our life. I'm really happy to be a part of this team and to share this news with you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marcel. I also learned about this project in 2018. A good friend of mine also actually told me about this project. And then I also told my friends about this project, some investors, and Sabina, who spoke before me. Well, I agree with everything that was said. I would like to thank Birdi. It was a great honor for me to communicate with him, and the first time that I'm talking to him personally. Before that, we communicated remotely, and I told him and also other people about our results and what we are doing right now in our country. So please go next time you will will already be used to this kind of events. And now it's time to say a few words about India. You already can see the slides on the screen here. We can see the number of participants and investors and partners. And we can see the figures, I mean the total number, and also increase that we have seen this year. Right now we can see the number of packages, payments and obligations for today. I would say that these figures are not that good. I'm not fully satisfied. So it was possible thanks to our team and Mr. Android. In fact, initially I'm from India, then I lived in Italy, and now I'm traveling all the time. And thanks to these guys, well, we achieved such results, so they're doing a great job. So this is an ex-military man, and he always keeps his promises. Once he says something, he always accomplishes that, and also he follows my instructions every single time. I would like to give him the floor, and he will share his experience, his vision. On behalf of the whole team from India, I would like to welcome you. I would like to say a few words about myself. I used to work in the Navy, in the Army. I have a family, and I'm working right now on the Solar Group company. So from the very beginning, I had a particular wish, desire. List well, is quite long. I'm not gonna go through the whole list. Just a couple of points. First, financial independence. Number two, visit to Russia. So my method, well, I decided from the very beginning to write down my wishes, my ideas, and then I immediately started to work on them. So a lot of people help me in that. I would like, first of all, thank God for that, my parents, and also a very close friend of mine, Birdi. That's all that I wanted to say today. Thank you very much. So point number two was to visit Russia. Well, you know, India and Soviet Union always had very close ties. And so when I served in the army, I worked also in a submarine. And of course, I wanted to visit Russia. So I hope that we stick to our schedule. We're not running, running behind the schedule. I hope those watching us on social media, well, our friends, brothers and sisters watching me now, well, I hope that you are a little bit sleepy. Let's stand up and let's applaud to each other. Thank you very much. So you know you have just sent positive energy to the whole world. So at first you were a little bit sad and you wanted this event to be over as soon as possible, yes? Right? Well, actually I had pretty much the same thinking, but now can you feel the difference? So you're feeling a little bit differently right now. So if you have the same approach, then you will fully change your life. You look at this brilliant project and you make your brothers and sisters believe in this project the way you believe in it. When they get a certain profit from that, then of course they will send their positive vibes to you. I would like to thank Solar Group company. I would like to thank my brothers who came over from India, came to Russia. Unfortunately, Some partners, they had some problems at the airports and they couldn't make it here. I would like to thank Mr. Janarda, Mr. Schroeder, some of our investors, Mr. Shakchaba, Mr. Motor, representative of our ADS company. So this sir said, you made the right choice. This is a very good company. That is why I never committed a mistake. So I did the right thing when I chose Solar Group. So right now, whether to choose or not to choose the company, probably this is the wrong question. You should definitely go for it. And now I would like to give the floor to Pavel Shadskiy. Let's applaud to Birdi. I would like to remind you that India is our leader in terms of the number of investors, and also thanks to partners, a representative of LHP, Eric Moster, met Mr. Duyunov. They had a meeting, and we don't know how it's going to affect actually our future and our profit. I think that it's going to have a very positive impact. So we have 3 national partners left, and then I would like to invite Ishaku Marley, a national partner from Nigeria.
Good day, everyone. Happy to be in Russia, Moscow, standing on the existing protocol. My name is Mali Ishaku. I will not say much because my superiors in person like Gilles, Birdi, Dimitar, and the rest, they've said all.
Добрый день, меня зовут Ишаку Марли. Я буду следовать протоколу. Я не буду много отнимать времени, потому что до этого уже мои лидеры, такие как Джиль Вебер, как и мистер Бирди, уже все сказали.
If I'm not mistaken, we are one of the last people that came into Solar Group.
Если не ошибаюсь, мы одни из последних стран, которые вошли в Solar Group, которые открыли Solar Group.
And we have preached about Solar Group in Nigeria, and a lot of people have believed in Solar Group, even without seeing any demonstration of any of the motors.
Мы действительно поверили в проект, и очень многие люди из Нигерии поверили в проект, даже без того, чтобы видеть какую-то демонстрацию продукции или двигателей.
So if we could be at that level, with the conference that is coming up by November in Nigeria, you could guess that when we come here for the next conference, Nigeria should be among the top 10.
Поэтому мы с нетерпением ждем конференции, которая должна состояться в Нигерии уже в ноябре этого года. И уже у нас вот такие амбициозные цели выйти в топ-10 уже в следующем году, когда мы вернемся сюда на следующую ежегодную конференцию.
I want to use this opportunity to thank some specific people in Solar Group. First person, Pavel Shadskiy, very gentle but very tough.
Я хочу поблагодарить и отметить некоторых людей в Solar Group. Это господин Павел Шадский. Он, с одной стороны, очень вежливый, с другой стороны, достаточно стимулирует нас к работе.
Why did I say he's very tough?
Почему такой жесткий?
Pavel Shadskiy is always pushing me in Nigeria to make sure that I get the best results.
Павел Шадский нас все время толкает и толкает в Нигерии для того, чтобы мы достигли самых лучших результатов.
So whenever I'm asked that I'm going to have a meeting with Pavel, I breathe inside.
Когда у меня должна состояться следующее совещание с Павлом Шадским, я выдыхаю.
But overall, he has been a very excellent and tremendous person, and I think a pillar for Solar Group.
Я считаю действительно, что Павел Шадский — это одна из таких фундаментальных колонн, можно так сказать, в Solar Group, и это было отличной помощью сотрудничества с ним все это время.
My being here on stage will not be complete without recognizing another tremendous person in place of Evgenia. Evgenia, very, very wonderful.
Также я хотел бы отметить, моим выступление было бы неполным, если бы я не отметил Евгения. Евгения, сотрудничество с ней также замечательно.
Julia, very wonderful.
И также с Юлией.
And also my curator, Dima.
И куратор Дима.
All right, not to bore you, I will just quickly summarize what we have here so that we go. All right, you can see the little results we have here, just as I told you. Participant 3,460, investors 456, and partners 160. And you can see what we've added for the year. For the partners, plus 26, investors plus 89, and participant plus 863.
Поделимся небольшими результатами. Как вы видите, участников у нас 3460, 456 инвесторов и 160 партнеров. И прибавили мы за последний год 863 участника, 89 инвесторов и 26 партнеров.
I think this result, if I'm to score myself, I would say this result is below average.
Я бы сказал, что это результат ниже среднего, так на мое мнение.
Because I know the capacity of what Nigeria can do.
Потому что я знаю действительно емкость и возможности, которые может дать Нигерия.
And that is the reason why I said by the time we see the demonstration of motors, the practical demonstration, then we will see the capacity of what Nigeria can do.
Поэтому я жду не дождусь, когда будет практическая демонстрация моторов, которая покажет действительно, что Нигерия может нам предложить.
So also you can see packages sold. We had an addition of 138, payments addition of 263, 704, and liabilities you can see an addition of plus 177,117.
Что относительно пакетов, у нас 138 новых пакетов, по платежам $263 704 в платежах и новых обязательств на сумму 177 717.
So overall, I'm most importantly grateful to Solar Group for giving us the opportunity to come to Nigeria by November.
Поэтому я очень благодарю еще раз Solar Group за ту возможность, что они думают над тем, чтобы приехать на конференцию, которая будет в ноябре.
The technology of Duyunov motors is what we need in Nigeria.
И технология двигателей Duyunov — это то, что нам нужно в Нигерии.
So lastly, I want to appreciate some of my leaders and partners that came with me that are here, and some of my leaders that I know are back there at home that are watching me right now. I say thank you very much.
Благодарю вас.
Я приглашаю на это.
I invite to the stage Martha. Martha, please, welcome to the stage. Martha is the leading partner in Ecuador. She was arranging conferences and completely organizing conferences in Ecuador, which has recently happened. Martha and her team opened an office, and also you can see what she achieved in activity of Andrey Lobov. He definitely told you about their success in Ecuador. Martha, you have the floor. Hi, everyone. My name is Martha. Thank you for being here. I think that you must be tired, but we knew why we came here to this conference of Solar Group, so be patient. And we are with love sitting here. A round of applause to Martha. So figures are important because they naturally reveal what we do. You can see the way we work, how hard we try, and regardless of the fact that we have recently started working in Ecuador, now we'll show you what we can do and where we are moving to. Ecuador is a small country and we do not have such a big population, but regardless of that, we are growing. You could see at the screen the figures we had and regarding people, how many partners, how many investors, how many people we have in our project. Talking about the figures, about the money, the main thing you can see that we've added 139 packages. Altogether, the payments plus 123,000 and liabilities plus $261,000. This year was very fruitful for Ecuador because we had a lot of events. We had a conference and we opened a new office, and guys from the company arrived to us and we were very happy to meet them, and that only shows the way where we are moving to. So I would like to express gratitude to everyone, especially to both Pavels, and we love them. We communicate every day. So thank you everyone, guys, and let's continue working. Thank you so much, Martha. And we invite here the beautiful Elena Lozada, leading partner from Colombia. Hi, everyone. Welcome from the bright Colombia for all of you. Hi, everyone. My name is Elena Lozada. I am from Colombia. I lived in Italy for many years, but within recent years I got back to my native country, Colombia. Naturally, I'm from Colombia, but I represent all the countries of Latin America. In our region, we had many cases when people were deceived with financial pyramids and with fraud. And because of this, before the launch of the project, we had some distrust. But after we started working there, after we started proving what we have and the way we work, this situation radically changed, and now we are growing. Naturally, once we talk about the figures, we cannot be compared with such countries as Russia, India, and African countries, but it doesn't mean anything. It only means that we have some space to grow. We see you as an example where to grow, and we're directed there. As you can see at the screen, we had around 300 new participants, 55 new investors, and around 20 new partners. Talking about the financial part, as you can see at your screen, our guys purchased plus 104 packages. That means plus $62,000, and as to liabilities, plus $70,000. Do not be scared. This is just the beginning. And I would like to invite our partners to stand up. Guys, please stand up. They're from Peru, from Venezuela, and Ecuador. With us, we have our partners, Martha, Maria, David, and Lumen. And from here, I would like to say hi to the Latin America. They are just waking up and watching us. Hi, everyone, and let's give a round of applause to Latin America. Thank you, Solar Group. Thank you for your work. Thank you, Pavel Shadskiy. You are scaring us, but because of this, we work quite good. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Ricardo. Well, not everyone is thinking when you enter your personal account and have a look at this roadmap, at this counter, sharing information about whether we are going to our goal quickly or slowly. And now I would like to show you this information as a target that we have reached, the records that we have reached, the processes that we have quite well arranged, and the people working at achieving this goal. Every day when we go to sleep here, people in Latin America, in Africa wake up, and this is the way we reach our goal. So it's not just like that. It's not easy. This is huge work of a big number of people. Thank you. So, dear friends, and with this beautiful phrase, I would like to tell you thank you. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for being with the project. Thank you for supporting the project. And thank you for watching this conference till the end. There was quite a lot of information. All the information was quite active, and we have direct online show, and if you want to see something in a more detailed way, you can always do it in record. So with this, it's all, and I do hope that you have found what you have come for, and if you still have some questions, we are still here and we are ready to answer all your questions. We will be available somewhere here. Approach us, ask, do not feel shy, and let's make a picture. Come here to the stage. Dear participants of the conference, those who are outside the room, please come to the room to make the picture. Possibly we need to remove chairs. Dear friends, while we are preparing, now I will make a video. A video will be short just as usually. We'll all cry out loud, Solar Group. I will start from that angle and I will go that side for all the people so that each and every face will be shown while our guys are removing everything unnecessary from the photo.